Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, everyone from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Track announcer John G. Dooley, joined by a true racing professional, Brian Aragoni, sitting in here on the pre-race show, at least for Racing Rachel. And Rachel's here at the track doing things.
There's so many things going on today. I mean, you've got 9 races. We've got the Indiana Oaks tomorrow, Indiana Derby. And who knows where Miss Racing Rachel is. She's all over the board wearing many hats.
Yes, and those hats are going to say Indiana Derby here. Looking forward to the weekend coming up, and of course we'll be racing here to celebrate America's birthday, 249 tomorrow. Hope you can join us for the Independence Day celebration here at the track. But Brian mentioned today, 9 races on tap. We'll close with a quarter horse dash, but fast, firm, sunny 80s. I mean, words to handicap.
I mean, what else would you want? We've had some beautiful weather. It's been hot, but thankfully the storms have really stayed away. I mean, we were off the turf to kick off the racing week. We had a 5-day racing week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Tuesday through Saturday. Some very nice purses. We had a couple of trials earlier this week as well, with 11 horses to kick it, or 11 races on Tuesday to kick it off. And we had some big payouts yesterday in that pick 5, over $50,000. I don't think we got our first favorite until what, race 7 yesterday?
Rodney Prescott.
Yeah, Rodney Prescott, first favorite on the turf course, and some massive payouts along the way. Even our late fire 5 yesterday also paid over $8,000 as well.
Early pick 5 paying over $50,000 on yesterday's card. You mentioned those quarter horse trials. We had the Blue River Derby trials in the early portion of this race week. And again, Brian mentioned running through Saturday, then no live racing on Sunday. Monday, yesterday, really nice win, by the way, in the Bradford Stakes. Tasha's Secret. She's just a hard-knocking distaff horse. Got the job done yesterday. Good to see that victory for Duke Racing and Tasha's Secret. She was sharp yesterday in the Bradford.
Yeah, she loves to win. She certainly looks good. And the consistency is what is amazing, truly. I mean, you talk about consistency with thoroughbreds a lot, but it often gets overlooked. I mean, those horses, if you miss the break or you break a step tardy, the race is ultimately over, and that one's been very formful.
Yeah, terrific victory yesterday in the Bradford Stakes by Tasha's Secret. We'll be joined here on the live broadcast when we get to the 6 o'clock hour by quarter horse racing expert Martha Clausen. She'll be talking about the finale, and in fact, our University of Arizona intern Nathan Klein doing a great job for us with news, notes, getting post-race stakes and handicap interviews. And Nathan will be calling the final 2 races here on this Thursday racing program. Again, racing here on the 4th, and also Saturday's big Indiana Derby day tomorrow, and Saturday kicking off at noon, today at 2:10. Speaking about Brian, consistency, consistent sunny skies here. That's good news for the turf course. It's looking great. And for the official race day forecast, we're about to head downtown. Do you know Chris at WRTV6?
I don't. Unbelievable job, though. Chris does a great job.
Chris.
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Plenty of dry skies this afternoon, but it'll bring some heat. Temperature readings in the 80s, mid to upper 80s, and even close to 90 degrees as we go through the next couple of hours. Staying dry, and if you're headed back tomorrow, 4th of July forecast, 91 degrees, clear skies. It'll be hot and humid again, thankfully staying rain-free here as we move into Friday and into the weekend. Temperature readings will run above average. Find ways to stay cool, but no worries about rain. John, back to you.
All right, Chris, that's the key for us. No worries about rain, but certainly sunny, hot, and humid. And as we'll head into the holiday weekend here, hope you can join us tomorrow for the 4th, and again Saturday post time for the big Indiana Derby day. Daily Racing Forum, Indiana Oaks, Saturday off at noon. 2:10 post time today, as I mentioned. We're fast and firm going back to yesterday's card B. A couple of great rides by Orlando Mujica. One on board JJ's Ranger, getting up in the final stride for Brittany Vandenberg. Also took out a really nice turf race as we look back to a couple of wins yesterday for Orlando Mujica.
Yeah, unbelievable ride in here, and what a difference year makes. Last year we actually had to cancel today's racing, and then this year we're on a beautiful fast and firm turf course. JJ's Ranger looked done. The horse on the outside was put away and just re-rallied to nail on the line in there. I believe 11-1 at 7 on that 7 horse as well.
Head was the official margin, and Brian mentioned earlier favorites starting off the card 0 for 5. We finally got one later in the day with Rodney Prescott, but here's the winner, JJ's Ranger, as Brian mentioned, right on the square for trainer Brittany Vandenberg. And then we fast forward a few races later over to the turf course. Yesterday we went again. We affirmed today turf rail position 48 feet on the Thursday racing program. We'll be with that true rail position as we get to the big day of the season on Saturday, including the snack stakes. Look at this, Bingo Baby, boom, right up the rail for Orlando Mojica found that gap, and certainly Bingo Baby took advantage of that.
That's what I love about that turf course. Oftentimes it's not the best horse, but the horse with the best trip, and a rider can really make a difference. And Orlando Mojica made a world of difference. He broke from the 10th position, got down to the inside, and finished with a flurry for Diodoro on the turf course.
Yeah, West Maple was one of the favorites in there under jockey Rodney Prescott. Have been saving ground, so it looked like a wise move, and then they straightened away, and Orlando said, okay, choice right now, up the rail, Bingo Baby, and certainly that proved the difference.
And Rodney gave West Maple a great trip
good
as well. The horse was in a perfect spot throughout, but oftentimes when you take on winners for the first time, that's always a tough task.
And Rodney did have a win on the card. He's the second all-time winningest jockey here. Fernando de la Cruz, Rodney Prescott among some of the greats here to race and compete still in the Hoosier State. We wish them and all the riders and horsemen well on today's 9-race program. Contest-wise, of course, we've got we always had BA's hat trick. That's kind of a cool contest we had, but today is Exactamundo.
Exactamundo. Everyone loves playing the Exactamundo. I know Tammy loves doing the contest. She's one of the best in the business, and in my personal opinion, she is the best in the business, and we offer some of the best contests around.
Yeah. Of course, we'll have certain select Mondays as we go through the course of the summer. We're going to miss some Monday cards, and that's for all those Dooley's Legends. And Tuesdays, of course, we've had that jockey agent contest back this season here at the track. That'll wrap up this month. And of course, all of you racing Rachel's Warriors, Rachel's contest is for those fans only here on track, but it does run through the final month of the meet. And today, Exactamundo closing this month too.
Yeah, it's very nice. I mean, to offer some things that are specific to people on track, that's always nice to give back. And then we're going to have a ton of people coming in on track tomorrow for the NHC qualifiers.
How about that, right? You want to punch your ticket to Las Vegas. Hopefully you've booked your ticket to join us here tomorrow for the 4th of July. The first of those NHC qualifiers to punch your ticket to Las Vegas. You'll have a chance to join Racing Rachel there in Viva Las Vegas, and also on Saturday. So it's going to be an action-packed week for those qualies. And then, of course, one more here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Saturday, December 6th. That'll be the NHC qualifiers for those handicappers, and they're really looking, of course, hopefully doing it now during the summer, then have to wait to December because that contest comes up right at the top of next year.
And we've had plenty of success, people going right from these NHC qualifiers on Indiana Derby, Indiana Oaks Day, and going right to the NHC and having a ton of success. I mean, Chicago and Indiana has produced some very nice handicappers.
Yep, Midwest and the Hoosier State, and good luck if you're joining us here in the NHC qualifiers tomorrow and on the big day of the season, Indiana Derby Day and Daily Racing Forum, Indiana Oaks Day here on Saturday. Talking about Saturday's big card, of course, we got a lot of stakes action. 4th of July, don't sleep on tomorrow's card, too. We got those NHC qualifiers for those horse players that are coming here to Horseshoe Indianapolis, but a couple of premier races, the William Garrett and the Clarksville headlining the card tomorrow for the thoroughbreds. There's also a quarter horse overnight stakes that'll wrap up the card here on the 4th.
What an excellent graphic that is. The red, white, and blue on the 4th of July racing, a couple of $100,000 stakes races on the line on Friday as well. I always look forward to the William Garrett and the Clarksville, some of Indiana's best.
Racing Rachel's been busy, so has been Beth. Clubhouse reservations, Clubhouse sold out. So hopefully you'll have a chance to join us here for Saturday, as so many already have booked their reservations through Beth. We've been mentioning that often here on the pre-race show. So Indiana Derby Clubhouse sold out. Terrific day of racing. We also have a $2,500 Derby's Legends handicapping contest sponsored by the Indiana HBPA. $1,000 Derby hat contest sponsored by iTobe. Of course, if it's a Derby, you got to have a hat contest.
I mean, you have to have the hat contest. I want to be one of the judges. I'm not sure if I want to go out there in the heat, but there's, some of the hats are very nice. What do they call those? Fascinators?
Fascinators, yeah.
Fascinators, man. I pulled that one out of a hat. But, I mean, unbelievable day of racing, not only here, but just this whole entire week. It's just fun. The build-up to Indiana Oaks, then Indiana Derby, and we've got some of the best horses from around the country coming to our home track as well.
Yeah, with a lot of great racing action, around the country. Certainly here today, weather-wise, we've had a nice Indiana Derby week with sunny skies. Temperature-wise, pretty much just steady through the 80s. Mid to upper 80s, and of course for our horse players, fast and firm, and that's great to hear in advance of the 4th and also the big day of the season here on Saturday for Indiana Derby Day. Speaking of that, we've got the Daily Racing Forum Indiana Oaks and also the Indiana Derby. I mean, Publisher, a maiden for Steve Asmussen that ran in the Kentucky Derby. You think of a Chunk of Gold, and also Big Truz coming off that third in the Woody Stevens for trainer Brian Lynch.
Yeah, I mean, Big Truz comes in there, and Publisher's the maiden. Big Truz is an intriguing horse in here. I mean, this is a horse, Declan Cannon, Brian Lynch. You see him on the screen. He's a good-looking son of Justify, Triple Crown winning Justify as well. They paid $300,000 at the Keeneland sale for him. He won on debut over at Keeneland, and now I'm sure the connections are happy to not see Patch Adams. He's fallen in defeat to Patch Adams, both in an optional claimer at Churchill Downs and then in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. He was last seen actually on Belmont Stakes Day, ran into a sloppy racetrack, and I'm sure that they are thankful, as we are, that we are projecting to be on a fast main track. If you remember back to last year, we had to cancel the day before Indiana Oaks. Indiana Oaks, we had to take them off the turf. We've got some beautiful weather in store, and I'm sure Flying Dutchman breeding that own Big Truz are thankful that this son of Justify will be back on a fast main track.
Big cards, as is the case here for us on Saturday with the Indiana Derby and Daily Racing Form. Indiana Oaks often attracts a lot of the sports top stars coming here on Saturday to ride. You've got Mike Smith, you've got Johnny V, John Velasquez, but also Joe Ramos. He's the co-leading jockey here this season. Fernando de la Cruz also having a very good meet, but his agent, Jeremy Akeridge, of course, Bugsy, getting Joe Ramos vying for a riding title here this season on board Brother Kenny. So another interesting 3-year-old in the Grade 3 Indiana Derby.
And Joe Ramos, I've always thought highly of him here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but now he's taking his talents elsewhere. He's a stakes winner over at Churchill Downs on some of their biggest days. He's gone around the country, and he's been fortunate with him and his agent to have success elsewhere, not only here locally, which is always nice and thankful, but to go elsewhere and showcase that, hey, we do have some of the best riders around.
Interesting that we've got a couple of premier races on the turf course, and we heard from Chris with WRTV6. Looks like a nice one here forecast. Not only today, sunny 80s, fast and firm, but certainly for the 4th tomorrow, and then on Indiana Derby Day on Saturday, and again the 4th and Saturday post times at noon. But talking about the Clarksville and the William Garrett, some nice premier races on the turf course here on the 4th of July, and then you get that true rail position, and that inner part of the turf course. We've had the turf rail out, but that true rail position, can't wait to see those races there.
Yeah, we haven't even touched it. And one nice thing for horse players is even though it's been incredibly hot, and usually when it's hot, you know, that turf course doesn't get as much water as it needs, and it plays very favorable to speed. I don't know how you see it, but I don't think that's the case. We have not been super favorable on our turf course to front running speed, where if you get the lead, they just never stop and they just continue running. I think it's playing very fairly. Now we'll see how it is when the rail goes down to 0 on that turf course that is yet to be touched, but thus far early on in the season, we've only been on the turf course for, I believe, 44 races compared to 85 last year. So unfortunately, early on in the meet, we did get some rain, some weather, but our turf course should be pretty fresh, actually. We've run half the turf races that we did last year, and we're thankful that this week we will certainly be on that turf course. And the first time the rail is going to be set at 0. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. You do have some tighter turns. It can, I think, play towards horses making a big sweeping move from off the pace, but we haven't had a lot of rain, which you would think would favor speed. But overall, what I'm trying to say in a very long-winded version is that it's been playing incredibly fair. Don't you agree?
Agree, and rail at 48 feet, that was the case yesterday. And just case in point, Uncle John with co-leading jockey Joe Ramos, wire to wire on the turf course, going around 2 turns. And then you link it, we showed you the highlight, Bingo Baby, rallying from just off of it under Orlando Mojica, granted really top-notch ride there to get the win on Bingo Baby.
Uncle John was just a paid workout yesterday. I mean, that was just as easy as they come.
And Ronnie's winner, too, was wire to wire.
Yeah, as well. So, Bingo Baby came from well off the pace. We've seen plenty of races collapse as well. It'd be interesting to see how that turf course plays today, because we've got some more challenging races on the turf. Always interested to see those maidens on the turf.
Yeah, great to have Brian Aragoni with us here on the pre-race show, Wire to Wire. Time here on the show where we mention our great sponsors each and every racing day here, because of course Rachel gets a check. Big sponsor-wise, we'd like to salute Woodford Reserve, Tequila Herradura, Breed Development, Murphy Trailer Sales. Brian, if you're in the league for that, terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. Murphy Trailer Sales, you can reach out to them at the number on your screen, 765-361-8803. Rachel also also signed up B&H Electric, a couple of seasons back-to-back. And the great guys from B&H Electric, they've got locations in town, Seymour and Bloomington. They're on the web at www.bh-electric.com. Also, we want to salute Indiana's Giant Hubler location in Shelbyville and also Franklin. DriveHubler.com. I'm told if you mention Racing Rachel, you pretty much get like a 90% discount on the sticker.
And that's impressive, and I think Hubler hooked her up with her vehicle. What they didn't hook her up with was an extra set of keys. Unfortunately, she needs
got no air conditioning.
No air conditioning, but she needs 2 or 3
tough.
sets of keys in case you lock them in your car.
Social media-wise, if you'd like to reach out to all of us, you certainly can. We'd love to hear from all of you as we get closer here to not only the holiday and also Indiana Derby Day. I'm on X at John G. Dooley. There's Racing Rachel. She's here at the track. She'll be joining the live broadcast on X at Racing Rachel M. Martha Clausen, no doubt a big Tatcha Secret fan. Look forward to hearing from Martha on X about today's quarter horse finale here. And of course, joined here on the pre-race show by none other than Brian Aragoni on social media, X at Mr. B Analyst. And track-wise, we also have you covered, Brian, on X at HS Indy Racing. Look forward to seeing horses like Publisher schooling in the paddock. We'll have all that up on our social media feed, also on Instagram and our YouTube channel, Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing, where fans can watch us back.
And even though we've got a ton of excitement this week for Indiana Oaks, Indiana Derby, we have an excellent opportunity to make some money today. Bankroll Builder Thursday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're on a firm turf course, that rail setting at 48 feet, and we're going to build that bankroll as we head into an exciting July 4th weekend here at the shoe.
Great segue to mention. Quick commercial break here on this edition of Wire to Wire. When the program returns, Brian Aragoni will be talking about the 50-cent early pick 5. It paid huge here yesterday. How will it shape out for Brian selection-wise? Stick around. We'll be right back with Wire to Wire right after this.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
Welcome back to Wire on a beautiful Thursday in Shelbyville, Indiana. We are 25 minutes away from the opening race. Two scratch numbers 4 and 7 out of that opener. Our early pick 5 paid massive yesterday, over $50,000, 50% increments, 11.99% takeout each and every day right here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. One of the lowest takeouts in the entire country. Fortunate to be right here at our home track, Horseshoe Indy. So let's dive into this early pick 5. We'll try and give you the early pick 5 sequence, but in general, we'll just give you some tips and thoughts about how these first 5 races are going to play out on the card. We will kick off the late fire 5 today in race number 4 as well, but I'm going to go to a single right away in race number 1, number 1. Now, it's not a sneaky single or anything like that, something that not many people are going to find. It's probably the most obvious horse in the race in here. If they run back to the performance that they had last time on May 20th, in which it shouldn't be overlooked that they wanted to run on the turf course. They were entered on the turf. They got rained off that day. They found a sloppy track and absolutely dominated a small field of 4. Now, the number's probably not nearly as good as it looks, but they did come home in 58 flat, and controlling speed. You get Randy Klopp, who's our leading trainer. You get Joe Ramos, who's vying with Fernando de la Cruz for our leading rider at this time. And you're getting 4 to 5 on the board. Horseshoe is strictly the horse to catch, to cash, in my opinion, and the horse to beat. I'm going to single with the scratches in here. It looks like there's not much to keep in way of pace on the front end with those scratches. The 4 was a big scratch out of your Spanker Boom coming out of this race. Changed the complexion a lot. Maybe too fast for you. Does go to the lead as well, but I think it's going to be Joe Ramos' race at the top of the lane to win or lose, and we will single in the opener at 4 to 5. A horse who was once trained by Chad Brown, now under the guidance of Randy Klopp, and the 5-year-old mare. She's lightly raced. She did win at the allowance level last time out. Now she's in for a tag. I always question when a horse wins easily last time out and then gets even more class relief. However, the good news is she's still in well above that claiming price. They claim for 15, dangling for 25,000 today. So even if someone dives in, they're certainly going to get their return on investment. I think Horseshoe in a good spot to make it 2 in a row. Race number 2, we kick off the $1 minimum pick 4. We do talk a lot about pick 5s here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but the $1 minimum pick 4 is 15% takeout out of the pot, and it's continued to pay well. Yesterday paid very generous with only 2 favorites coming home to score throughout the entire card. So maybe you feel the pick 5 is a little bit more challenging. That extra race adds a little bit more variance. Maybe the pick 4 is your play, and we kick it off in race number 2. I'm going to use 4, 5, and 7 in this spot. Vino Rosato along with Miss Jeopardy, 2 horses that are 4 to 1 and 6 to 1 on the board. And then No More Fake News for John Herron, a 6-year-old mare who's winless in the last 2 years, but her numbers certainly fit. I'm really going to key in on Vino Rosato, though. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Has been red hot. We talked a lot about Ramos, Fernando de la Cruz. They're atop the rider standing, but Marcelino Pedroza Jr. has been riding the best so far this week, and we'll see if that trend will continue in here. The 4-year-old filly by Vino Rosso is second start off the layoff. There's a lot to like. She's bet down to 5 to 2 against similar competition. Last time off of a lengthy layoff, she sat in a good spot just off the dueling leader. She had a perfect trip and stayed on evenly to run 3rd. The good news is second place finisher Work to Live did come out of that race to win. So the race should be live. She should be stronger and more fit today. Second start off the layoff for Vino Rosato today. 4, 5, and 7 for me in race number 2. Step on that turf course for the first time of the day on a firm turf course with that rail setting at 48 feet. No scratches, no changes. This race kicks off your $1 horseshoe hat trick. It's 3 races all on the turf, and it is another one that has been paying very generously. 7.5 furlongs in here. I'm going to spread it out. I think this race is tough. You've got first-time starters mixed in with horses with experience. However, most of that experience has come on the dirt track. One of the biggest changes in the game is a horse who can't even stand up or run on the dirt. Oftentimes you put them on the turf course and they flourish. That could be the case in here for many. And then the first-time starters are a guessing game. You've got a lot of first-time starters. This is a race in which you spread out. If you can go narrow and maybe separate yourself, that's great too. I couldn't. I had a difficult time trying to separate and identify the winner. Can't even identify who's going to go off favored in here or who's a horse I want to play against if I'm going deep. 4, 5, 7, 8, and 9 for me. I think this race is completely wide open. If you are here on track, this is one you may want to take a look at. These 2-year-olds. You've got a lot of lightly raced horses that are still maturing both physically as well as mentally. You might want to head down to the paddock to take a look in race number 3. Race number 4, this would be a feature on many cards, but not today. 3-year-old state bred allowance in here. I'm going to go 2, 3, and 4. Sleepy's interesting type in here, but El Macchiano, 1 for 12, has run some good races, and I think last race, horse that really missed the break and kind of flew from the back of the pack for Santos Sager. Another rider who's been picking up numerous wins on the week is Santos Sager, and this horse at 8 to 1 would be a good separator. Does have 5 second and third place finishes. Looking for that elusive second victory today and should get some pace to chase. I think the 2 and the 4 are going to set set it up in here, tap, tap, tap it in for Mitch Merrill and Tim Eggleston, exiting a 4th place finish in the Hoosier Bred Sophomore Stakes as well. They're trying to reverse the results on Sleepy. Sleepy has kind of been dominating many in this field, and we'll see who's the freshest horse today. Many of them have 3 races under their belts. Who's feeling maybe a little bit better, a little bit more energetic on a hot day. Certainly a race that I would recommend watching how they're warming up, seeing how they're handling the heat today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 2, 3, and 4 as we kick off that late fire 5 in the 4th race. We'll be back on that turf course to kick off the late pick 4, a mile and a 16th in here. State bred competition and Indiana breds on the turf can yield to some crazy results. We've seen it in the past, and this is a tough race. I'm 5, 6, 8, and 9. I do have a lot of the obvious horses. I think both the 5 and the 8 are the 2 obvious horses with experience on the turf. However, if you're looking to maybe separate yourself, how about Michelle Elliott's Sudden Rise from Mockmer Hall? Thoroughbreds, the blinkers going on, missed the start by a ton last time out. I drew a line completely through that race. It was a live race. Your 2nd place finisher, Bits of Candy, did come back to win as well. You get the 7-pound weight break with Joshua Romero, the apprentice rider, in the saddle, and the blinkers going on. I think there's upside in here for Michelle Elliott's Sudden Rise. She wins at 20% first-time turf. That's incredible. I think Sunrise has upside, and then along with 5th wheel, Michael Lauer, Santa Sager. Lauer winning at 15% here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and he loves to bring in prices. He did so again yesterday with a long shot, and he could do so again in here with 5th wheel. Owns, trains, and bred this 3-year-old filly by Good Samaritan. The mare, the mother, she was a 3-time winner on the turf, and the half-sibling to 3 Coats. A winner on the turf and 3 Coats has become a win machine. Won earlier this week on the dirt, has won on the turf in the past. The breeding is there for 5th wheel to have success in this spot, and 15-1 on that morning line as well would certainly be a separator to either end your early pick 5 or your early pick 4, or kick off that late pick 4 as well. We've got 9 on tap. Nathan Klein, we are fortunate to have him as an intern here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He's going to call the final 2 races. We're going to enjoy the first 7 with John G. Dooley, and then we'll give way to Nathan Klein, an up-and-coming announcer here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we are certainly thankful for the talents of both John, Nathan, and Rachel. She is getting plenty of more footage for us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis as it's Indiana Derby week on a Thursday, and it couldn't be more beautiful here in Shelbyville, Indiana. We are 16 minutes away from the opening race. The best man in the business, John G. Dooley's made his way up to the announcer's booth. He'll take you through today's scratches and changes. Good luck.
Well, good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races on tap. Sunny 80s fast and firm. For our turf races, the turf rail this Indiana Derby week set at 48 feet. Fast and firm, if you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. The opening fillies mare sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. At the top of the card, scratch number 4, Spanker Boom, and the 7, Ran the Red. With those scratches, no superfecta wagering. No superfecta, scratch the 4 and the number 7. Number 3, Too Fast for You, and to the ownership, Terry L. Stevens. Terry L. Stevens, part of the ownership of record for the 3, Too Fast for You. Following the sprint, the second race starts the $1 early pick 4. Here, scratch the 6, Literary. Number 6, Literary, has been scratched. 2, Wicked Beautiful, a jockey change to Joe Ramos. Waive the apprentice allowance, 122 corrected weight. Joe Ramos rides 2, Wicked Beautiful. In the third, Start here, the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. In the maiden juvenile turf, number 6, Dreaming Perfect, has been scratched. Scratch the 6, Dreaming Perfect. No rider changes. Number 1, Chabello, 1 pound over. On to the 4th race we go. The sprint starts the 50-cent late pick 5. No scratches. Number 5, Wudaz. A change of jockey to Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Waive the apprentice allowances, 118 corrected weight. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. on 5, Wudaz in race 4. In the 5th race, from the maiden distaff turf, scratch the also eligibles. 11, Got the Life. 12, Backwards K. 13, Donut Dolly. Take out 14, Kennedy Heights, and 15, What You Wished. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 through the number 15. 6, Sudden Rise, 1 pound over the program weight. In the 6th of our 9, maiden 3-year-old fillies Mile. Scratch 4, Golden Cross. Number 4, Golden Cross has been scratched, and for the 1, Parking Lot Pours. A change of jockey to apprentice Jose Gutierrez. The weight's okay there. Jose Gutierrez rides the 1, Parking Lot Pours in the maiden. Race 7, maiden distaff turf mile. Scratch 3, Don't Look Back. 6, Menti B. Take out the 8, Tornal Lily. Scratch 10, Miss Monroe County. 12, Lead the Way has been withdrawn. And scratch the 13, Power Washed. Note number 11, Acousticat draws in. Acousticat, the number 11, will run. Scratch 3, 6, 8, 10, 12, and the number 13. In the 8th race, maiden sprint, no scratches, no jockey changes. Number 6, Ornery, 1 pound over. Race 9, closing the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 400 yards. Scratch number 2, Cruising Down the Beach. Number 2, Cruising Down the Beach, has been scratched from the quarter horse maiden at 6:15. 210 first post. Sunny 80s, fast firm, turf rail position on this Thursday of Indiana Derby week set at 48 feet. We'll have the Fillies Mare sprint opener due off in just 11 minutes time. Make it a great day with us here on Indiana Derby week at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses called Postford for race 1. Fillies Mare Sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 5. Scratch the 4, Spanker Boom, and take out the 7, Brand the Red. Scratch the 4, number 7. Number 3, Too Fast for You. Add to the ownership, Terry L. Stevens. Terry L. Stevens added to the ownership of record for the 3, Too Fast for You. Race 1 of 9 carded today with exacta trifecta. With those scratches, no superfecta wagering. Scratch 4 and 7, no superfecta. Double pick 3, 50-cent early pick 5 start. Fast and firm. For turf races, turf rail on this Indiana Derby week was set at 48 feet. Fast and firm. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the Fillies Mare Sprint. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. First, Arasu, leading jockey Joe Ramos with 38 wins here this season. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Pounds in Town. Joining Arasu 3-5, the first favorite. Now Alex Ajard with Too Fast for You. 2 back. Santos Sanjor, Simply Complicated coming up. Joins at 10-1 odds. At 5.5 furlongs, one more. Moment to Shine, Alberto Burgos with 30 wins at the meet. Sunny 80s Fast and Firm, the Renegade. Weighing running at Horseshoe Indianapolis to an even start and a lightning quick start for Arasu. With Joe Ramos and the rail, Arasu gets the jump on the rest of the quartet going up the back of the track. Here's Between Horses, Too Fast for You in the black cap, and Moment to Shine joins on the far outside, Simply Complicated, while Pounds in Town trails here in the Thursday opener. It's Arasu. Arasu paving the path to 3 furlongs from home, with on the outside Moment to Shine in the green cap. Too Fast for You, Simply Complicated, and finally Pounds in Town. The quarter for the first favorite, Arasu. 22.24 seconds. Arasu at the quarter pole leads by a length and a half. Moment to Shine, Too Fast for You. 5 lengths away, Simply Complicated. 2 more to Pounds in Town as these fillies and mares straighten away. With Joe Ramos, Arasu leads the way. It's Arasu looking good, those ears pinned back, and Arasu is finding past the 16th. Too Fast for You, 5 lengths in back of Arasu. Simply Complicated's now third from Moment to Shine. Arasu gate to wire by 5. Too Fast for You was second. Simply Complicated finished third. .102.85 seconds after the Distaff sprint opener. 102.85, 1356 the order. 1, Arasu at 1-5 was first. Number 3, Too Fast for You. At 4-1, the runner-up to Horseshoe. 5 Simply Complicated at 12-1 was third. 6 Moment to Shine and 2 Pounds in Town. There was no superfecta. 1-3-5 for the trifecta. Joe Ramos, meet leader. This is 39th victory of the season here for Randy Klopp. Gran and Charles Turner. The Mendelssohn mare, now a 3-time winner. Horseshoe at 1-5, home in the opener. Race 1 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 1, Horseshoe with Joe Ramos. Horseshoe is a 5-year-old chestnut mare by Mendelssohn. Out of the hard-spun mare Golas, Randy Klopp trains for Gran Turner and Charles Turner. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of the first favorite, Horseshoe, paid 1-5 official. The 1-3 exacta first results in. $9.20 was Simply Complicated third. The 50-cent trifecta, 1-3-5, paid $7.80. In the Phillies Mare Sprint opener, 4 and 7 were the non-runners. Favorite first. 5 ran, fast track 102.85. 22 minutes away from race 2. Second race, scratch the 6, Literary. Number 6, Literary, has been scratched. 2 Wicked Beautiful, a jockey change to Joe Ramos. We'll go for a quick fire double. Waive the apprentice allowance, corrected weight 122. Joe Ramos just won the opener. Rides 2 Wicked Beautiful in race 2 of our 9 today. Post time 2:41 in all cases. If you can, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first race replay of the Phillies Mare Sprint. Hope you had a bet on Horseshoe. Swinging, running at Horseshoe Indianapolis to an even start and a lightning quick start for Horseshoe. With Joe Ramos and the rail, Horseshoe gets the jump on the rest of the quartet going up the back of the track. Here's Between Horses, Too Fast for You in the black cap, and Moment to Shine joins on the far outside, Simply Complicated, while Pounds in Town trails here in the Thursday opener. It's Horseshoe. Horseshoe paving the path to 3 furlongs from home, with on the outside Moment to Shine in the green cap. Too Fast for You, Simply Complicated, and finally Pounds in Town. The quarter for the first favorite, Horseshoe. 22.24 seconds. Horseshoe at the quarter pole leads by a length and a half. Moment to Shine, Too Fast for You. 5 lengths away, Simply Complicated. 2 more to Pounds in Town as these fillies and mares straighten away. With Joe Ramos, Horseshoe leads the way. It's Horseshoe looking good, those ears pinned back, and Horseshoe is finding past the 16th. Too Fast for You, 5 lengths in back of Horseshoe. Simply Complicated's now third from Moment to Shine. Horseshoe gate to wire by 5. Too Fast for You was second. Simply Complicated finished third.
We are 10 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a 3-year-old up claiming for 12.5, a mile and a 16th on the dirt. The 6 is out of here. I've got the 7. I'm going to the outside. No more fake news, 5-2. Right now, the 4 is your even money favorite. Burgos is hot as of late. He's had a very nice in the money finishes lately. He's riding this 6-year-old mare for John Herron. He's coming out of a conditioned $10,000 claimer going into this claiming for 12.5. But I think the distance is the key. He's had some nice finishes at a mile, but I think he also has a little bit of form at a mile and 16th. I don't think she is going to mind stretching out. I'm here today. This is just, a hard knocking mare. She's earned over $300,000 in her lifetime. She has ran 32 of her 34 races here on the dirt in Indiana. So horse for the course angle. Then the 4, who's your even money favorite, Vino Rossato, gets Marcelino Pedroza aboard for Chris Davis. This is a 4-year-old filly by Chakra Vino Rosso, making her 15th lifetime start, and she's pretty consistent, this girl. She has been in the money 7 of her 14 starts, including 4 of those in her most recent races at Turfway on the Poly. She seems to like that. And then she was here in kind of a similar group. It was a starter, but definitely very similar. And she ended up 3rd, missing by 3 lengths. She's stretching out a little bit to a mile and 16th. The only thing that worried me why I didn't put this one on top is she's never finished in the money going this long. I don't think she likes going this long. But Chris gave her a little bit of a freshening 56 days away, and she's back, ladies and gentlemen. Then I tried to find a long shot in this race to kind of put in my try, and I really liked the 1, and I thought this would be a good one to mix in. Second last time out versus similar in a condition claimer for 12.5. She's going a mile and 70. This is a 4-year-old filly. Sammy B is aboard. Greatest moment here for Joe Davis. And she has not been nearly as consistent, but I think she got the trip she wanted in that last race. I mean, she just sort of set a few inches off the pace and made a really nice run for it. If she's too far back, she kind of gets lost and she doesn't really try. But if she's close to the front of it, she definitely tries for the wire at the end. But if she's not, oh, look, and she's feeling a little feisty and she looks really good. She's stepping out. She wants to walk faster. Move, groom. Let's go, is what she's saying. She looks really good in the paddock. Fiery little chestnut there. So I like that. The 1 is 8-1. 7-4-1 for me here in this second race. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we have a jockey change to announce for the first time later today. That's in the 9th race. Quarter horse maiden dash over the 400 yards. Race 9 due at 6:15. Jockey change for number 5, Mr. Magical Dasher, will be ridden by Jose Ruiz. That's in the 9th. Number 5, Mr. Magical Dasher, the jockey Jose Ruiz in the finale. The horses stepping onto the track now for the second race. This race carded at a mile and a 16th, a field of 6. Scratch number 6, Literary. Number 6, Literary has been scratched here from the Fillies mares. 2 Wicked Beautiful, a jockey change to Joe Ramos, riding for a double on the card. Weighing the apprentice allowance 122 corrected weight. Joe Ramos rides the 2 Wicked Beautiful. Exacta trifecta superfecta wagering here. Double pick 3 starts at the $1 early pick 4. Fast and firm. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Samir Bermudez with Greatest Moment first in. Now Wicked Beautiful. Joe Ramos riding for the first double on the card. Wicked Beautiful has joined Greatest Moment. Sando Sanjor with My Gal Justice. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. partners Vino Rosado. She's a 3-time winner, Vino Rosado. Just a couple in the back. Miss Jeopardy. Jose Gutierrez claims a 10-pound apprentice allowance. For the mile and a 16th, one more, and Alberto Burgos with No More Fake News. They're in the gate. They're off. Nice line out. Miss Jeopardy sharply away. Toward the inside, Wicked Beautiful with Greatest Moment, My Gal Justice. No More Fake News in the green cap is also close up. These are well grouped, and Vino Rosado even in the early thick of things as they enter the first turn. Nearest the inside is Wicked Beautiful, who's joined on the outside by Miss Jeopardy. Miss Jeopardy to the early lead here for Jose Gutierrez at the 6.5. Wicked Beautiful, No More Fake News, My Gal Justice. With the rail, Greatest Moment, then Vino Rosado as they go to the back. 24.73 lead seconds. Miss Jeopardy is out in front. Miss Jeopardy dictates the field from a close-up. Wicked Beautiful and No More Fake News is right there too. Length and a half to My Gal Justice, joined out wide by Vino Rosado looking to make headway and toward the rail. Greatest Moment. Miss Jeopardy continues to lead them. Miss Jeopardy joined at both sides by Wicked Beautiful and No More Fake News. Half mile, 49.50 seconds. My Gal Justice, Vino Rosado, and Greatest Moment with the rail. They round the far turn that way. Miss Jeopardy continues to lead the way. No More Fake News is just in second. Wicked Beautiful being asked to pick up now by Joe Ramos. Vino Rosado fourth on the far outside. My Gal Justice and Greatest Moment at the quarter pole. Miss Jeopardy takes them through 3/4 in 1 minute 13.92 seconds as these fillies and mares straighten away. Miss Jeopardy in front after 3/4 in 1:13.92 and leads No More Fake News by 3.5 past the 8th pole. To the inside is Wicked Beautiful, who's still battling on. Vino Rosado is back in fourth. They're close to home with Jose Gutierrez. Miss Jeopardy had the answer. Won by 3 from Wicked Beautiful, who stayed on to run second from No More Fake News. Vino Rosado finished fourth. .145.08 after race 2, unofficial. 5.274 the order, number 5, Miss Jeopardy. 2-1 first, number 2, Wicked Beautiful. 4-1 the runner-up. 7, No More Fake News. 7-2 third, and 4, Vino Rosado. 3-2 the favorite was fourth home. 145.08, apprentice Jose Gutierrez claims the 10 pounds as another career win. Here with the 5-time winner, Miss Jeopardy, for Gennaro Garcia. In the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle number 5, Miss Jeopardy with Jose Gutierrez. Miss Jeopardy is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Enticed out of Word Association by Benchmark. She's now a 5-time winner, racing for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of who is Miss Jeopardy. 5-2 exacta, $26.20. 50-cent trifecta, 5-2-7, and even $17. 1 and 5, the first double combining Arisu with Miss Jeopardy, $14.80 for the double. Vino Rosado fourth, 10-cent superfecta, 5-2-7-4, paid $5.90. In the second race, the 6 was a non-runner, Literary, favorite fourth. 6 ran, 145.08. On to the third we go, the first of those carded for the turf course on this Thursday of Indiana Derby Week. From the maiden juvenile turf, scratch 6, Dreaming Perfect. Scratch the 6, no rider changes. Number 1, Chabello, a pound over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. The start next of the wildly popular $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3 is on. Firm and fast, post time in 23 minutes at 3:13. They're in the gate. They're off. Nice line out. Miss Jeopardy sharply away. Toward the inside, Wicked Beautiful with Greatest Moment by Gal Justice. No More Fake News in the green cap is also close up. These are well grouped, and Vino Rosado even in the early thick of things as they enter the first turn. Nearest the inside is Wicked Beautiful, who's joined on the outside by Miss Jeopardy. Miss Jeopardy to the early lead here for Jose Gutierrez at the 6.5. Wicked Beautiful, No More Fake News by Gal Justice. With the rail, Greatest Moment, then Vino Rosado as they go to the back. 24.73 lead seconds. Miss Jeopardy is out in front. Miss Jeopardy dictates the field from a close-up. Wicked Beautiful and No More Fake News is right there too. Length and a half to My Gal Justice, joined out wide by Vino Rosado, looking to make headway and toward the rail. Greatest Moment. Miss Jeopardy continues to lead them. Miss Jeopardy joined at both sides by Wicked Beautiful and No More Fake News. Half mile, 49.50 seconds. My Gal Justice, Vino Rosado, and Greatest Moment with the rail. They round the far turn that way. Miss Jeopardy continues to lead the way. No More Fake News is just in second. Wicked Beautiful being asked to pick up now by Joe Ramos. Vino Rosado fourth on the far outside. My Gal Justice and Greatest Moment at the quarter pole. Miss Jeopardy takes them through 3/4 in 1 minute 13.92 seconds as these fillies and mares straighten away. Miss Jeopardy in front after 3/4 in 1:13.92 and leads No More Fake News by 3.5 past the 8th pole. To the inside is Wicked Beautiful, who's still battling on. Vino Rosado is back in 4th. They're close to home with Jose Gutierrez. Miss Jeopardy. Miss Jeopardy had the answer. Won by 3 from Wicked Beautiful, who stayed on to run second from No More Fake News. They're in the gate.
10 minutes away from race number 3. We get fortunate enough to step on that turf course today. Set at firm is the setting, as we haven't had too much rain here in Shelbyville so far this week. It's been incredibly hot, humid, but no rain, and so we're on a firm turf course. Hopefully it'll stay that way through the remainder of the week. We kick off the $1 horseshoe hat trick with some 2-year-olds taking the main stage in here. 2-year-old boys all looking for their first career victory. Many of them trying the turf for the first time, some of them trying 2 turns for the first time, and some of them making their debut as well. Scratch number 6 out of this event, and it's a challenging race to handicap. It looks like anyone can win. 8 will go on the starting gate. I think they've all deserved a big chance in here. It's a tough race to settle on a favorite, in my opinion, because it looks so wide open. There's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of variance going into this race. 7.5 furlongs. Let's take a look at these 2-year-olds in here. I find myself on a little bit of a long shot in post position number 4 with J.R. Sweet Feet. Pretty sweet name as well. Hopefully an awesome result for this 2-year-old colt by Tale of Verve. Jose Casares sends out the stablemates. They're actually going to be starting gate mates as well. This trainer sends out both the 4 as well as the 5, and they're both owned by Jimenez Racing Stable. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. likely had his first choice between the Jose Casares trainees. This one has 2 races under the belt, and I'm not too concerned that both races on the dirt weren't all that impressive. In fact, it went off at about 1,000,000 to 1 on debut here in May, losing behind Pistole, who is a well-backed first-time starter. And then they actually tried to get on the turf course. So they did try to get on the turf June 16th. It was rained off. They showed some improvement. They beat half the field home. In fact, they beat more than half the field home. And this one's mare, Uncle's Gem, was all turf. She loved the turf course. So I think the idea in here is J.R. Sweet Feet is going to move up on the turf, has some racing experience versus some of the others in here, has 2 races out. They wanted to get on the turf last time. Today they'll get their opportunity, and they stretch out to 2 turns. Did pass some runners in that last race as well. In fact, sat in 8th out of 9 early on in that race and finished 4th. So passed over half the field and now gets an opportunity to try the turf. Could be a live long shot in here at 7 to 1, but a couple of the firsters are both taking plenty of action. Number 7 is Plaid Performance for Dixiana Farms, getting Sophie Doyle in the saddle for John Ennis, a 2-year-old colt by Oscar Performance. You've got turf on top and bottom with Oscar Performance and Deputy Commander on the mare side. This one is out of Plaid. Well, you may not be familiar with Plaid, but thankfully I did some homework, and the mare was a 13-time winner and banked over $500,000. She was a win machine on the racetrack. She's produced some good ones as a broodmare. She hasn't necessarily been as successful as a broodmare as she was as in her racing days, but she's produced some okay horses that have actually had some success on the turf, including 3 Flamingos, who's been fairly successful, you may have heard of. So out of very good connections, Oscar Performance can certainly turn out a very good turf horse, and Plaid was a 13-time winner. I'm sure Dixiana Farms would love if Plaid Performance could perform anything like his mommy did. 5 to 2, currently co-favored with Casa Cielo, who's going to be right next door in the starting gates. I don't know who's going to win this race, but I do know that my favorite ownership name is Don't Tell My Wife Stables. That's a classic name, Don't Tell My Wife Stables. They own this horse, and with that, anytime you're trying to necessarily keep something from the wife, you cheer for them to have some success. And I can see why they named their stable Don't Tell My Wife Stables, because they did pay $50,000 at the Keeneland sale back in 2024 for this 2-year-old Cavaggio colt. Mitch Murrow going to be calling the shots in here for Keith DeSormo. A 5-star play, has been working out consistently. In fact, had a bullet workout, best of 149 horses over at Churchill Downs. I've been fortunate to watch some of those workouts. I think they were okay, but with the mare, Curlin's Journey, she was a 6-time winner, all on the turf. So even though I wasn't enthralled with his dirt workout so far, I think he should move up on the turf. I mean, the mare was 100% turf. In fact, the mare ran 34 times, and 29 of the 34 were all on the turf. Now, this is her first foal, so it's a little bit of unknown. Anytime you have a first foal, I usually take the wait and see approach to see how they produce and how they throw out horses. So the breeding is absolutely there. Curlin's Journey was a classy one, banked over $347,000. And don't tell my wife Stables needs to get back some of that $50,000 they spent at the sale in Keeneland. But a wide open betting race, a lot of unknowns. 2-year-olds going 2 turns on a firm turf here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 8 will go in the gate. 1 will return a maiden no more. We'll find out who it is 5 minutes from now.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the third race. The first of those today carded for the turf course. Here are the maiden juvenile turf at 7.5 furlongs. Course firm rail at 48 feet, a field of 8. Scratch 6, Dreaming Perfect. Number 6, Dreaming Perfect has been scratched. The 1, Chabello, 1 pound over the listed program weight. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3. Here are the starts of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute to the turf. The horses are approaching the starting gate. For the first time today, crossing over to the turf course, near the 7.5 furlong start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for this maiden juvenile turf. Andres Aloa, Chabello first in. JR Mr. Apollo coming up. With Arcelio Flacco, JR Mr. Apollo loads at 32-1 odds. With Tiago Canuto, Free Choice. Free Choice and JR Mr. Apollo have joined Chabello, Sophie Doyle, Plaid Performance debuts. Right now, Casa Cielo 2-1 favorite, 5-2 on Jutland, 5-1 Plaid Performance and Danique. Plaid Performance has gone all in. Now Animus gets a Jutland coming up. Over the 7.5 furlongs, Jutland will make his bow. Sunny skies here. 80s turf course firm rail at 48 feet this Indiana Derby weekend. Jutland's gone all in. Mitchell Marole with the newcomer by Caravaggio, Casa Cielo. 9-5 on Casa Cielo. Just a couple in the back. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with JR Sweet Feet. Next to JR Mr. Apollo. One more. Fernando de la Cruz and twice started Danique. Starts the Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. They're in the gate. And they're off. JR Sweet Feet, JR Mr. Apollo both sharply away. Toward the inside, Free Choice. It comes an early bid by Don Ike, and Plaid Performance in the white cap is also close up, along with Casa Cielo with an early bid as they enter the first turn for Fernando de la Cruz. Don Ike leads out. Don Ike in front here of Casasiello, who follows closely with 6 furlongs to run. Toward the inside is JR Mr. Apollo, who's a ground-saving third. Plaid Performance running in fourth by 2. There comes Free Choice next in fifth. Toward the inside, Jabello is in sixth. JR Sweet Feet running in seventh. And the newcomer, Jutland, trails the maiden juvenile turf. The opening quarter covered in 23.42 seconds as they go up the back of this firm course. It's Don Ike. The gray leads the way. Don Ike by just over 2. Past the half-mile pole from Casasiello, who continues to track nicely there for Mitchell Murrell. It's a break of 3 more. Toward the inside is JR Mr. Apollo, who's saving ground with the rail at 48 feet. Plaid Performance between horses, and Free Choice is now on the move. Then farther back to Jutland, up a couple of spots. Jabello and the trailer, JR Sweet Feet. Half mile, 49.64 seconds. Don Ike. Casasiello is poised. So here's Casasiello, just about level now with Don Ike as they hit the quarter pole. Free Choice third on the front outside. Jutland looks to join the battle now for Adam Beschizza, and Jutland switches out and is coming with a sweep. They're homeward bound. Casasiello, Don Ike toward the inside. Jutland charging hard. 3/4, 1 minute 14.07 seconds, and here's Jutland for Adam Beschizza. Casasiello looks to battle on between horses. Don Ike with the rail, and Jutland fires a first out salvo. Jutland 1 by 3 from Casasiello on the wire with Don Ike. JR Sweet Feet back and forth. .131.32 after the maiden juvenile turf. 131.32, 3 Jutland. 9-5 favorite takes out the maiden turf. Second photo. JR Sweet Feet was back in fourth. Stand by for the second and third from the judges. This newcomer by Raging Bull out of Naval Battle. Jutland. Adam Beschizza for Kelsey Danner. And NBS Stable win. Jutland at 9-5 home. Result of the place photo. Second to 8, Casasiello. Number 9, Don Ike was third. 4, JR Sweet Feet fourth. 3-8, 9-4. The result of the third race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle after the mid and juvenile turf, Adam Beskica won the battle with Jutland. 3 Jutland is a 2-year-old dark Mayor Brown colt by Raging Bull out of Naval Battle by Warfront. Adam Beskica on this newcomer for Kelsey Danner and John Ballantyne's NBS Stable. The winner was bred in Kentucky by the owner. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. The battle won by Jutland. 3-8 exacta paid $21.80. First pick 3 of the day paid $12.65. The 50-cent trifecta, 3-8 and 9, $35.25. 5-3 double, $26.40. JR Sweet Feet 4th. The 10-cent superfecta, 3-8-9-4, returned $32.98. In the maiden juvenile turf, 6 was a non-runner. Favorite, first, Jutland. 8 ran, 131.32. In the 4th, no scratches. Number 5, Woodaz. Jockey change to Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Waive the apprentice allowances, 118 corrected weight. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. handles the reins on number 5, Woodaz. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Here comes the 50-cent late pick 5. Fast and firm, post time in 17 minutes. Due at 3:44. And they're off. JR Sweet Feet, JR Mr. Apollo both sharply away. Toward the inside, Free Choice. It comes an early bid by Don Ike, and Plaid Performance in the white cap is also close up, along with Casasiello with an early bid as they enter the first turn for Fernando de la Cruz. Don Ike leads out. Don Ike in front here of Casasiello, who follows closely with 6 furlongs to run. Toward the inside is JR Mr. Apollo, who's a ground-saving third. Plaid Performance running in 4th by 2. There comes Free Choice next in 5th. Toward the inside, Jabello is in 6th. JR Sweet Feet running in 7th. And the newcomer, Jutland trails the maiden juvenile turf. The opening quarter covered in 23.42 seconds as they go up the back of this firm course. It's Donnie K. The gray leads the way. Donnie K by just over 2. Past the half-mile pole from Casasiello, who continues to track nicely there for Mitchell Murrell. It's a break of 3 more. Toward the inside is JR Mr. Apollo, who's saving ground with a rail at 48 feet. Plaid Performance between horses, and Free Choice is now on the move. Then farther back to Jutland, up a couple of spots. Chabello and the trailer, JR Sweet Feet. Half mile, 49.64 seconds, Donnie K. Casasiello is poised. So here's Casasiello, just about level now with Don Ike as they hit the quarter pole. Free Choice third on the front outside. Jutland looks to join the battle now for Adam Beskica, and Jutland switches out and is coming with a sweep. They're homeward bound. Casasiello, Donnie K toward the inside. Jutland charging hard. 3/4, 1 minute 14.07 seconds, and here's Jutland for Adam Beskica. Casasiello looks to battle on between horses. Donnie K with the rail, and Jutland fires a first out salvo. Jutland 1 by 3 from Casasiello on the wire with Don Ike. JR Sweet Feet.
Kelsey Danner continues to make Horseshoe Indianapolis her and the owner's personal ATM. She's now won over 50% of her races. She sent 9 to the starting gate. 5 of them have come back victorious. A very patient ride by Adam Beschitza sat in last in the first turn and first when it mattered most with Jutland. We kick off the late fire 5 now, just 8 minutes away. We'll be back on the fast main track, a field of 6. We'll kick it off in here. Some stakes-like competition running in this allowance race, a 6 furlong dash with no scratches or changes. Let's take a look at this field in the top selection. I'm going to try a little bit of a price in here. It is a small field. I think there's plenty of pace to chase. Do recognize that there's horses that are certainly more logical to win. However, a horse that may provide some value could be a horse from off the pace, like El Macchiano for Santos Sanger. Antonio Duran, this 4-year-old gelding, does have 1 victory to his name through 12 starts so far. He does have a tendency to settle for less in here, as I've got the 3 on top. 9 to 1 on the board for Santos Sanger. 1 for 12. That lone win did come here at Horseshoe Indianapolis and also came at this distance as well with Santos Sanger aboard. So there's plenty of pace to chase in here. I think the 2 and the 4 are going to set some very quick fractions. But the problem with El Macchiano and why you're going to get a fair price at 9 to 1 is because this horse does come from well off the pace. So he relies on other horses to go too fast early, in which he will come running late. Now, I'm hopeful that they just hosed him off and kept him nice and cool versus that being sweat or washing out by any means. Hopefully they just took the hose to him, as many horses on this hot day get hosed off before going to the races, and that looks like the case in here. But should get some pace to chase some good ones last time out, losing to Texas Free and Conference Calling. We'll actually see Conference Calling later on this week in stakes competition on Saturday as well. So exits a live race, gets pace to chase, and should be a candidate to fear in the final 1/8 of a mile. They'll be running on late. We'll see if they have enough steam to get to the wire first. At 7 to 1 on the board. But there's no doubt about it, in my opinion, Sleepy is the horse to beat in here. This 2 horse is 2 to 1 on the board. I think this one is likely to go off favor when it's all said and done. DRF projections would indicate just that as well. 8 to 5 on the board for the good-looking son of Keen Ice, who's ultimately the opposite of his father. Keen Ice loved to roll from the back of the pack, and Sleepy's the exact opposite. He is far from sleepy. As you can tell, he's an energetic son of Keen Ice. He's on the toes, on the muscle, and that's a good sign for a horse who usually breaks from the starting gate very quickly. He's looking to clear off, have it all his own way on the front end, and he has certainly become accustomed to Luis Contreras as they've teamed up in all of his 3 starts thus far in his career. He's got 1 win and a 2nd place finish, but he did lose to Woodaz, who's in post position number 5, also in this race. But he had a little bit of trouble on debut when he was defeated by Woodaz. He checked at the start and kind of lost all opportunity. Since then, he's put together some very nice races in his 2nd start of his career. This 3-year-old did take on Older and dominated that field, winning by 6 lengths. In last race, he tried a $100,000 stakes race, had to settle for 2nd at 10 to 1. He could be any sort in here, but for me, he's strictly the horse to beat, but maybe not the horse to bet in this spot at 2 to 1. But a lot of love coming in early for Tap It In for all of you golfers out there. Tim Eggleston having himself a very nice meet. Whether it's quarter horses or thoroughbreds, he's winning at over 20%. Mitch Merrill, in his first season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, is winning at 17%. They ran an even running 4th place finish in that same stakes race as Sleepy. They went off at 7 to 1. Had a little bit of trouble. They broke from the inside. Now they'll break outside the other speed in here. And Tap It In has been as consistent as they come. However, he hasn't been able to get the job done. He's picked up paychecks in almost each and every start. He's finished in the top 2 in 4 out of 6 races. However, he just hasn't shown the ability to get his nose down on the line. He's physically been great, needs to mature a little bit mentally. He's gotten better with each and every start, but he's got to show some determination in the lane to try and win some of these races, and he's currently co-favorite at this point at 2 to 1. But we're 4 minutes away from race number 4, and with that kicks off the late fire 5. Let's take a look at this late fire 5 sequence in here. It's a challenging one at that. I don't think there's any standout singles. As in race number 1, we had a 1-5 shot, a very obvious spot to single. I'm going to go to race number 7. This is the hammer time of the day, and it's not an obvious horse that really stands out at you. Lazy Y Legacy, the 3-year-old filly by Honest Mischief, gets Lasix for the first time and has been running against much tougher at maiden special weight level, both at Turfway as well as at Keeneland. They came to Horseshoe Indianapolis with a plan to get on that turf course. They were rained off on June 7th. They get their opportunity to try the turf today. And thankfully, they did debut on synthetic, and they ran against 11 horses on synthetic this winter at Turfway Park. And the synthetic plays very similar to the turf, and they ran a huge race. They went off at 22-1, weren't expected to run very well on debut, and ran a great second, beating home 9 other horses. Today, maiden special weight, down to maiden claiming, getting Lasix for the first time, and going on the turf. I am all about Lazy Y Legacy. An 8-1 single through a tricky sequence that must be navigated with very careful handicapping choices because it is wide open. We'll be on the turf course throughout this late Fire 5, and we're 3 minutes away from a steamy Shelbyville Thursday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 4th race. This state-bred sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Number 5, Woodaz. Noted jockey change to Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Waive the apprentice allowances, 118 corrected weight. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. rides 5 Woodaz. Was last to step on. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 started the 50-cent late pick 5 on a fast and firm day. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start to the 50-cent late pick 5. Less than 1 minute. Late scratch. Late scratch on number 5, Wudaz. Ladies and gentlemen, by order of the stewards, upon recommendation of the track veterinarian, number 5, Wudaz has been ordered scratched from the State Bred Sprint. All wagers here on 5, Wudaz, refunds. There will be a 3 and 5 consolation double. 3 and 5 for a consolation double. Those using 5 Wudaz in a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute. And those pick 3s, early pick 4, early pick 5 wagers. 3 and 5 consolation double. 5 Wudaz has been scratched. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Andre Zaloa with Henry the Hank. Luis Contreras with Sleepy. 1-2 favorite here. The State Bred Sprint, Sleepy. Santos Sanjor with El Michoacano. 2 back. Mitch Merle with Tap, Tap, Tap It In. 1 more. Alberto Burgos and Mike Cyclone. 5 Wudaz, a late scratch. The 5's a non-runner here in the State Bred Sprint. All in line. They're off. Sleepy breaks wide awake. Good speed from Tap, Tap, Tap It In, who's vying for the early lead with Sleepy in the red cap. Nearest the inside, Henry the Hank is just off the battle. Mike Cyclone has come out running in 4th, and El Michoacano trails the quintet as they make this run past the half-mile pole in a head-to-head battle. Mitchell Morrill and Tap, Tap, Tap It In, and Luis Contreras and Sleepy. They continue to fight hard as they go past the half-mile pole. They enter the far turn. Quarter 21.77 blazing seconds. Tap, Tap, Tap It In, putting Sleepy to the sword as they streak around the far turn. They're 6 clear from Henry the Hank, who continues to track in 3rd and is drawing in now. Henry the Hank 3 lengths away to Mike Cyclone, 3 more to El Michoacano. Tap, Tap, Tap It In narrowly over Sleepy, who tries to kick with Tap, Tap, Tap It In. Tap, Tap, Tap It In, spins them in. Half mile, 44.76 seconds. Tap, Tap, Tap It In. Put Sleepy away. Here comes Mike Cyclone. Henry the Hank looks to gain between horses as they come inside the final 16th. It is still Tap, Tap It In, who's hanging on by a thread. On the outside, Mike Cyclone, and between horses, Henry the Hank, Mike Cyclone. Mike Cyclone for Alberto Burgos. Mike Cyclone was up in the final strides. Tap, Tap, Tap It In, denied. Henry the Hank finished 3rd. 109.48 down to the State Brand Sprint. 109.48 seconds. Photo finish. Six, 4, 1, 3, 6. Mike Cyclone at 5-1 first. 4, tap, tap it in. 2-1, the runner-up. Game effort. Mike Cyclone gets the result. 1, Henry the Hank at 9-1 was third, and 3, El Michoacano fourth. 6, 4, 1, 3. Alberto Burgos for John Harron. Mike Cyclone at 5-1, 109.48. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle V6, Mike Cyclone. Alberto Burgos, the winning jockey, it's official. Mike Cyclone is a 4-year-old, dark bay or brown gelding by Big Bad Mike. Out of the high fly mare, Tornado, racing for trainer John Harron's Harron Thoroughbreds, LLC, and Michael J. Ryan's Clapham Horse Stable. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Mike Cyclone at 5-1 takes out the sprint feature. $6-4 exacta paid $41 even. El Michoacano back in fourth, 10-cent superfecta. 6-4-1-3, $13.29. 50-cent pick three, $53.35. 50-cent trifecta, 6-4-1, $44.45. 3-6 double, $37.40. 3-5 consolation double, $5.40. 5 was a non-runner. That consolation double, refunds due on the 5. 109.48 after the running of race 4. Fifth race ahead. Back to the turf we go. Scratch 11 got the life. 12 backwards K. 13 Donut Dolly. 14 Kennedy Heights, and take out 15 What You Wished. Scratch the also eligibles. No rider changes. Number 6 Sudden Rise, 1 pound over. Exacta trifecta superfecta double pick 3. Start to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. If you're just stepping into the track, we are firm and fast. Post time in 18 minutes. Race 5. The maiden turf at 4:13. They're off. Sleepy breaks wide awake. Good speed from Tap It In, who's vying for the early lead with Sleepy in the red cap. Nearest the inside, Henry the Hank is just off the battle. Mike Cyclone has come out running in fourth, and El Michoacano trails the quintet as they make this run past the half-mile pole in a head-to-head battle. Mitchell Merle and Tap It In, and Luis Contreras and Sleepy. They continue to fight hard as they go past the half-mile pole. They enter the far turn. Quarter 21.77 blazing seconds. Tap It In, putting Sleepy to the sword as they streak around the far turn. They're 6 clear from Henry the Hank, who continues to track in third and is drawing in now. Henry the Hank, 3 lengths away to Mike Cyclone, 3 more to El Michoacano. Tap It In narrowly over Sleepy, who tries to kick with Tap It In. Tap It In, spins them in. Half mile, 44.76 seconds. Tap It In, puts Sleepy away. Here comes Mike Cyclone. Henry the Hank looks to gain between horses as they come inside the final 16th. It is still tapping in, who's hanging on by a thread. On the outside, Mike Cyclone, and between horses, Henry the Hank, Mike Cyclone. Mike Cyclone for Alberto Burgos. Mike Cyclone was up in the final stride.
9 minutes to the fifth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a maiden, a filly mare, 3-year-old and up. Indiana breds are going a mile and a 16th on the grass. We're just going to scratch those alsos on the other page, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. The morning line favorite went to the 5, and right now current favorite at 8 to 5, and also my top selection. I ran over here from the paddock. I'm working hard to get you guys some Derby interviews and footage and talk to people and jockeys and everybody, so we got some good ones. Pink Pictures, who I'm going to go with on top. Burgos looking for 2 in a row, back to back. I just never can ignore Granite's on the grass, especially because he's been wanting to get on the grass so bad, and we've had so much rain, so I know he's going to make it count. But as you can see, he did catch the grass on the debut. It got taken off and was still third with Burgess up. Then got moved to the turf, and look how much she loved that, this 3-year-old filly. She was going a mile that day and missed by a length and a half, so we're adding a little bit of distance here. We're going back to a mile and 16th, but she's ran well at 2 turns, and I think she's going to like the turf today. He co-owns this one. Tony's a co-owner with Lucky J Stable as well. So a nice 3-year-old filly by 1,000 words. Uncle Mo, damn, as well. So love that for the grass here. And then I'm going to go to the 8, Tiger Jumper. Tiger Jumper is 5 to 1 right now on the tote board. Tiger Jumper gets Mitchell Merle aboard for Tim Eggleston. Mitchell got second in that last race. I think that he was pretty close. But here he's aboard for Tim again, and he's up for Matt Kwiatkowski. This 4-year-old filly is making her 4th lifetime start. They've taken her time with her. I love it when Tim does that. He really is never in a rush. He gives them what they need. And as you can see on debut on April 30th with Mitchell, they were nosed out. Then Mitchell and Tiger come back May 21st at 6 furlongs again. Missed by a length and a half. Then he switches everything up. And I think I had this horse picked that day because I love when he switches everything up. He put her in a route race on the grass, and she still got third. So I think she just she was ahead by half a length, and then kind of just, I think, lost a little bit of steam in that race. I think that was kind of it. But definitely a good combo, Tim Eggleston and Mitchell Merle, out of the last 12. And this should be updated because they just got a second, but 10 of 12 in the money finishes together. Then I'm going to go to the 3. And the 3 right now, I like to sweeten up my tries, try to find a horse that I think has a shot hitting the board. And I found that with Leah Maria. She's 11 to 1 right now on the tote board. Gets Sammy Bermudez aboard for David Ryder. And this girl got on the slop at the end of the year and was 3rd. She tried turf but it was debut. And how many times do I tell you guys that you can't really, not all horses can be judged by that first race. It's the first time they're actually running. No matter how much you work, it's a completely different, not completely different, but it's a very different situation. So this is the first out for her for 2025, but I think she's talented. She showed it in the last race in that 3rd place finish on the slop. And she's going back to a mile and 16th, which she's done before, and she's done the turf. So it's second time turf, second time at this distance, which I think is key as well. 5-8-3 for me here in the 5th race, and this does start the late 50 cent, or I'm sorry, $1 pick 4 on races 5, 6, 7, and 8. And it also is the second leg of our Horseshoe Hat Trick Turf pick 3. So good luck, everyone, in the 5th.
Here they come. Stepping onto the track for the fifth race. Made in Philly's turf over the mile and a 16th, they fielded 10. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 Got the Life. 12 Backwards K. 13 Donut Dolly. Take out 14 Kennedy Heights and 15 What You Wished. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 through the number 15. 6 Set and Rise, 1 pound over the listed program weight. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3, start of the $1 Late Pick 4 presented by Itoba. If you're just joining, we are firm and fast under sunny skies. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Joseph Romero, Sudden Rise, first in here for the maiden. Evan Roman, Lady Artist, has joined Sudden Rise. Luis Contreras, Happy Match, the next filly coming up. Andres Calleja with Tabit Charm drew 7. Now Happy Match. Mitchell Burrow with Tiger Jumper. Sammy Bermudez, Leah Maria. Haziel, Joe Ramos has a win on the card. Sando Sanjor with Fifth Wheel going into the gate. Pink Picture, Alberto Burgos riding for a double. Here over the mile and a 16th, and one more, Arsenio Flacco with Yo to win. Pink Picture, 6-5 favorite. Here comes the 5th, all in. And they're off, and Pink Picture was slow to go, drifts back toward last. Sharp start for Tiger Jumper, who's angled right over near that running rail for Mitchell Morrill in a nifty early move. It's Tiger Jumper who takes charge of the pace from Haziel with Leah Maria and Lady Artist with the rail, the leading quartet. Fifth Wheel is running in 5th position as they make their way into the first turn. Yo to win is 6th, Happy Match in 7th. Then comes Tabit Charm in 8th. Farther back then to Sudden Rise, who's second to last, and slow starting Pink Picture whips them in. As they go to the back of the course, it's Tiger Jumper. It's Tiger Jumper easily out in front, 5 furlongs to run. So Haziel follows Tiger Jumper, whose quarter was posted in 22.96 seconds. But she's doing this easily out in front. Tiger Jumper as Haziel tries to inch in. It's a brink of 5 more to Lady Artist, a ground saving 3rd past the half-mile pole. Leah Maria is running in 4th. Fifth Wheel out deep on the course in 5th, while 3 clear from Happy Match. 3/4 of a length more, 2 on the outside. Yo to win. Then farther back to Sudden Rise with Pink Picture up 1 spot and Tabit Charm trails. The half mile in 46.81 seconds. Tiger Jumper, Haziel now with a bid for Joe Ramos. 3 furlongs to go. Tiger Jumper, Haziel. They're a neck apart coming toward the quarter pole while racing 5 clear from Fifth Wheel. The outside Sudden Rise is on the move. Lady Artist straightens away in 5th. Happy Match 6th. Then for the back, Yo to win. Pink Picture leads only 1 or 2. That's Leah Maria second to last, and the one well back and beaten is Tabit Charm. 3/4, 1 minute 10.96 seconds. It is Tiger Jumper in a scrappy battle with Haziel. Head to head past the 16th. Fifth Wheel. Sudden Rise tries to pick them up late. Then comes Happy Match and Pink Picture's late on the scene. They swarm at the finish. Fifth Wheel and Sudden Rise. Sudden Rise on the wire in a photo with Fifth Wheel. Close call. Happy Match next to cross along with Haziel and Pink Picture. .142.18 after the maiden filly's turf. 142.18. This is a win photograph. 6-9-4-2 after the maiden. 6 Sudden Rise. At 7-1 gets the result. 9 Fifth Wheel at 22-1 just missed in the maiden. Number 4 Hazel at 5-1 third, and 2 Happy Match 11-1 was fourth. Joseph Romero for Michelle Elliott. Mockmar Hall Thoroughbreds Kerry Brogdon. Sudden Rise at second asking in the maiden fillies turf. Race 5 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 6 Sudden Rise. Nice ride that by apprentice Joseph Romero. Sudden Rise gets up on the line. 3-year-old Dark Bear Brown filly by Upstart. And of Happening by Animal Kingdom. Michelle Elliott trains for Kerry Brogdon's Mockmar Hall Thoroughbreds. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Sudden Rise out to the maiden fillies ranks. 6-9 Exacta took a win photograph, 411.40. 50-cent trifecta, $692.40. Happy Match back in fourth, 10-cent superfecta, $6,942. $552.77. 50-cent pick 3, $193.40. The $1 early pick 4, 404 paid $2,940.70. 50-cent early pick 5 on 5 of 5 pays out $2,402. 10 ran, made in Phillies turf, 142.18 after race 5. 19 minutes away, race 6 is next on the Thursday docket. Scratch the 4, Golden Cross. Scratch the 4. 1 parking lot pours the jockey Jose Gutierrez on 1 parking lot pours. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent grand high 5, pentafecta wagering featured on the maiden fillies mile. Double pick 3. Post time 4:44. The 5th all in. And they're off. And Pink Picture was slow to go, drifts back toward last. Sharp start for Tiger Jumper, who's angled right over near that running rail for Mitchell Morrill in a nifty early move. It's Tiger Jumper who takes charge of the pace from Haziel with Leah Maria and Lady Artist with the rail, the leading quartet. Fifth Wheel is running in 5th position as they make their way into the first turn. Yo to win is 6th, Happy Match in 7th. Then comes Tappet Charm in 8th. Farther back then to Sudden Rise, who's second to last, and slow starting Pink Picture whips them in. As they go to the back of the course, it's Tiger Jumper. It's Tiger Jumper easily out in front, 5 furlongs to run. So Haziel follows Tiger Jumper, whose quarter was posted in 22.96 seconds. But She's doing this easily out in front. Tiger Jumper as Haziel tries to inch in. It's a break of 5 more to Lady Artist, a ground saving third past the half-mile pole. Leah Maria is running in 4th. 5th wheel out deep on the course in 5th, while 3 clear from Happy Match. 3/4 of length more, 2 on the outside. Yo to win. Then farther back to Sudden Rise with Pink Picture up 1 spot, then Tappa Charm trails. The half mile in 46.81 seconds. Tiger Jumper, Haziel now with a bid for Joe Ramos. 3 furlongs to go. Tiger Jumper, Haziel. They're in neck apart coming toward the quarter pole while racing 5 clear. From 5th wheel, the outside Sudden Rise is on the move. Lady Artist straightens away in 5th. Happy Match 6th. Then for the back, Yo to win. Pink Picture leads only 1 or 2. That's Leah Maria second to last, and the one well back and beaten is Tappa Charm. 3/4, 1 minute 10.96 seconds. It is Tiger Jumper in a scrappy battle with Haziel. Head to head past the 16th. 5th wheel, Sudden Rise tries to pick them up late. Then comes Happy Match and Pink Pictures late on the scene. They swarm at the finish. 5th wheel and Sudden Rise. On the wire in a photo with 5th wheel, close call. Happy Match next to cross along with Haziel and Pink Picture. The 5th.
Hello and welcome to this week's Nathan Horse Racing History Minute. This weekend, we have our biggest day, the Indiana Derby. But Indiana and Derby have existed for a lot longer than this race. In 1991, an Indiana bred named Paulus participated in the Kentucky Derby. He wouldn't strike the gold, finishing 7th, but he did place ahead of future Preakness and Belmont winner Hansel. For most, running in the Kentucky Derby is the height of their life, but Paulus soared above that accomplishment by finishing first in 5 of 6 starts as a steeplechaser. When he retired, he was given aftercare deserving of any former racehorse, becoming a fox hunter up until the age of 29. His owner, Herbert Hogg, would ride him. The Derby was just the beginning for this Hoosier bred's long, fruitful life. Loved every moment, whether racing in front of the Twin Spires or on an open pasture. That concludes this week's Nathan History segment. We have 9 minutes to post for race number 6. We'll be returning with our favorite analyst, Racing Rachel.
Thanks, Nathan. Great job with that Nathan's Minute, as always. We're going to talk about race 6 now, guys. 9 minutes to post. The 7 is the heavy favorite. 1 to 5, just wow. I mean, I knew they bet it down, but that's kind of silly. Surprise, Fernando de la Cruz aboard for Brad Cox. This one really, a 3-year-old filly that was a $325,000 purchase. They start her out in April at Keeneland, going 7 furlongs in a maiden special weight. For 110 is how much Keeneland's and Saratoga's are 100 as well. And she ran in both of those. A 9-horse field. She goes around kind of outside of everybody and didn't really switch gears in that race. Then she's in an 11-horse field in June 6th, so about a month ago at Saratoga. She didn't do much there, but she did flash some nice speed. 73 Brisnet speed figure in that last race, and she was also coming in the turn wide as well. She draws the outside. I think that she would have liked, they probably would have liked her being on the inside a little bit more since she keeps tending to want to go wide. But this obviously, you know, good breeding, amazing connections. Fernando and Brad's percentages are high together, and she's dropping down in class so much. I mean, the horses that she raced against came back to win the 2nd place finisher in her debut, and then another one out of that race. So she was tough, facing much tougher. And then I'm going to go to the 6. So all the money on the 7. But the 6 is 4-1 right now, and that is Clay Baskets. Clay Basket gets Santos Sanger in the irons here for Ray Hernandez. I got to see Ray earlier. He's in Fuego right now. 32% win clip, 58% the money. He knows how to spot his horses. Now, this horse was 2nd last time out and kind of got off to a weird start there and ended up 2nd, though, with Santo aboard. Santo has ridden strictly this year, the 2025 season, and she's been close. She's ran some nice races. Last time was the first time at 2 turns, and that was her best race. She's going, I just said it, but especially with maidens, the second time they do something is always key. So it's 2nd time at the distance, and I think she could possibly improve. I honestly probably would have put her as a winner, but Surprise is such a classy girl. I decided to give her the edge. This one ran June 11th and is coming back now. 3-year-old filly by Dialed In, Medaglio d'Oro Dam. Some nice breeding on these. Then I'm going to go to the 5. The 5 right now on the tote board is 9-1. The 5 here, Tool Belt, gets Marcelino Pedrosa aboard. He's looking for his first win on the card, and he's riding here for Kaya Karamari. 3-year-old filly who is making her 4th lifetime start. She put it all together last time. She obviously just needed it to be a little bit easier because she was in Churchill in some tough fields, an 11-horse field, a 9-horse field. Then she comes here, runs a mile distance for the first time, ends up 3rd in a shorter field of 6. So she just got it so much easier. Clay Basket was in there, my 2nd pick. And so they're both coming out of the same race. And I think, honestly, both of them, this one, she had ran a mile and an 1/8. She went really long there at Churchill, and she just could not hang. But she's tried the mile last time was third, and she's trying it again. She definitely has early speed. She's shown that in her last two, being a length off the pace and then setting the pace last time, but she just faded. Maybe they can be a little bit more patient here today. Marcelino knows what he's doing. I'm sure he got a lot out of her and learned a lot about her last time. So these outside horses I just love. Could be really anyone's, but 1 to 2 on Surprise. The 7 is my top selection. The 6th race. We are just 5 minutes to post right now, guys. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 6th race. This maiden 3-year-old filly's mile, a field of 6. Number 4, Golden Cross has been scratched. Scratch the 4, Golden Cross. 1, Parking Lot Pours. The jockey Jose Gutierrez has a win on the card. Jose Gutierrez riding the 1, Parking Lot Pours. Exact the trifecta superfecta. The 10-cent grand high 5, double pick 3 with 3 minutes to post time. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the Maiden Phillies Mile. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the mile start for the Maiden Phillies. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for this Maiden Phillies Mile. Parking lot pours. Jose Gutierrez with a win on the card. Now riding Prescott, Low Moon coming up. Low Moon has joined Parking Lot Pours. Surprise 3-5 favorite. Evan Roma, Swift Kelsey. Looks at 11-1. Over the mile, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Tool Belt. 2 back. Sando Sanjor with 5-time started Clay Basket. 1 more, 3-5 favorite. Or Good Magic. Surprise, Fernando de la Cruz for Brad Cox and Ellen J. Foxwoods. 3-5 on Surprise. It's over the mile. They're in the gate. They're off. Parking lot pours. There's Surprise in the gold cap, and also showing speed is Low Moon along with Swift Kelsey as they enter the first turn. It's Low Moon nearest the inside. Parking lot pours. Swift Kelsey is third close up, and Surprise running in the 4-path. Tool Belt is running in 5th at the 6.5, and Clay Basket has dropped back to last. It's Low Moon. With Rodney Prescott, Low Moon is the 15-1 leader. Low Moon leads up the back and posts a quarter in 23.65 seconds. Parking lot pours, and the red cap is right there. And Surprise comes up on the outside, 3 deep uncovered. For the run to the half-mile pole, Low Moon, Parking lot pours, and Surprise. Third on the outside for Fernando de la Cruz. It's a break of 4 more to Clay Basket, who gains toward the inside of Swift Kelsey, and Tool Belt has dropped back to last. The quarter was 23.65 seconds. Low Moon passed the half in 46.40. They enter the far turn. It's Low Moon, but here's Surprise, who's making steady progress now for Fernando de la Cruz. Surprise up to Low Moon, and Surprise has taken the lead outside the quarter pole. Parking lot pours. Clay Basket on the far outside now with a bid. Detached his tool belt, and Swift Kelsey has tailed off. Surprise as these maiden 3-year-old fillies come for home. 3/4 in 1 minute 10.92 seconds. The daughter Good Magic. It's Surprise. Surprise with 1 furlong to go and leads Clay Basket by 3. To the inside, Parking Lot pours is third. Low Moon Ledbetter is back in fourth. They're close to home at 2-5. No shock. Surprise. Surprise won by 4 from Parking Lot pours. Clay Basket was third, and Low Moon finished fourth. $136.25 after the maiden fillies mile. 136.25, 71627. Surprise. 2-5 first. 1 Parking Lot pours at 6-1 second to the odds-on favorite. 6 Clay Basket at 3-1 was third, and 2 Low Moon 15-1 fourth. Hold on until official. Fernando de la Cruz on the daughter of Good Magic. For Brad Cox, L&J Foxwoods. Third time was the Charm at 2-5 for Surprise. Race 6 official in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. Number 7, Surprise with Fernando de la Cruz. Surprise is a 3-year-old bay filly by Good Magic out of Devious Intent by Dixie Union. Brad Cox trains for L&J Foxwoods. The winner was bred in Kentucky by 4 Pillars Holdings, LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Surprise. Paid 2-5. 7-1 exacta $10.80. 50-cent pick 3, $74. There was no pentafecta featured. The 50-cent trifecta, 7-1-6, Clay Basket was third, $5 and change. 6-7 double, $35.20, and the 10-cent superfecta, 7-1-6-2, $3.84. Low Moon ran fourth. In the maiden 3-year-old fillies mile, the 4 was a non-runner. Favorite first, 6-face starter Ray Kuick, 136.25. 21 minutes away, race 7 back to the turf for the maiden distaff turf mile. Scratch 3, Don't Look Back. 6, Menti B. Take out the 8, Tonal Lily. Scratch 10, Miss Monroe County. 12, Lead the Way, and 13, Power Washed. Number 11, Acoustic Cat draws in. Acoustic Cat, the number 11, will run. Scratch 3, 6, 8, 10, 12, and the 13. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Here are the 10-cent pentafecta. Double pick 3. Post time will be at 5:16. Just to remind all Horseshoe Indianapolis racing fans heading into a big holiday weekend here at the track. Reminder, 4th of July post time, live racing program tomorrow, including the William Garrett and Clarksville handicaps, a couple of premier thoroughbred races, quarter horse stakes to close out the card tomorrow on the 4th. Post time at noon, Saturday, Indiana's biggest day of thoroughbred racing. Hope you can join us here for an action-packed day on Saturday, Indiana Derby Day 2025 and the Daily Racing Forum Indiana Oaks. 4th of July, Indiana Derby Day Saturday, post time at noon. Parking lot pours. There's Surprise in the gold cap, and also showing speed is Low Moon along with Swift Kelsey as they enter the first turn. It's Low Moon nearest the inside. Parking lot pours. Swift Kelsey is third close up, and Surprise running in the 4-path. Toolbelt is running in fifth at the 6.5, and Clay Basket has dropped back to last. It's Low Moon. With Rodney Prescott, Low Moon is the 15-1 leader. Low Moon leads up the back and posts a quarter in 23.65 seconds. Parking lot pours, and the red cap is right there. And Surprise comes up on the outside, 3 deep uncovered. For the run to the half-mile pole, Low Moon, Parking lot pours, and Surprise. Third on the outside for Fernando de la Cruz. It's a break of 4 more to Clay Basket, who gains toward the inside of Swift Kelsey, and Toolbelt has dropped back to last. The quarter was 23.65 seconds. Low Moon passed the half in 46.40. They enter the far turn. It's Low Moon, but here's Surprise, who's making steady progress now for Fernando de la Cruz. Surprise up to Low Moon, and Surprise has taken the lead outside the quarter pole. Parking lot pours. Clay Basket on the far outside now with a bid. Detached is Toolbelt, and Swift Kelsey has tailed off. Surprise as these maiden 3-year-old fillies come for home. 3/4 in 1 minute 10.92 seconds. The Dodor Good Magic. It's Surprise. Surprise with 1 furlong to go and leads Clay Basket by 3. To the inside, Parking lot pours is third. Low Moon led, but is back in fourth. They're close to home at 2-5. No shock. Surprise. Surprise won by 4 from Parking lot pours. Clay Basket was third, and Low Moon finished fourth.
Well, Brother Kenny is a horse that I rode twice already on this surface, and he's a very versatile horse. First day I rode him, he went to the front and he kept going. A horse tried to like go by me. He never let the horse go by me. And then second time he kind of break like slow. I let him find his strike. But the half of my pole, I knew I had the race. It was just about time to let him go. And I just feel very happy and blessed to be on the home derby, and with this special horse that has tried for me all the time that I jump on him.
You're having a really good year. Tell us what it feels like to come back after being off for a little bit, your accident, everything, and then you come back, you ride in the Kentucky Derby, now you're riding in the Indiana Derby. You're doing so good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have no word to explain how I feel. Honestly, I just feel blessed every day when I wake up. Just give thanks to the Lord for everything He have done on my life. How much He teach me, how much He make me grow up from stuff that He made me go through, and just taking advantage of all the opportunities people gave me, and just trying hard, being me, and having fun.
Brad Cox, he wins races here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He certainly wins all around the country, and surprise makes it look easy. Wasn't fooling many in there I tried to beat, but 2-5, just too good shipping in from Saratoga at Aqueduct or whatever they're calling it nowadays. But surprise, much the best in race number 6. We go back out to the turf course for the final time on a Thursday here at the Shoe. Do scratch numbers 3, 6, 8, 10, 12, and 13 out of this maiden event for the fillies and mares. 1 mile going to be the distance, and I happen to fancy number 4 quite a bit. Lazy Y Legacy. What a name that one is for Aaron West, the 3-year-old filly by Honest Mischief, getting Lasix for the first time. Oftentimes, horses getting Lasix for the first time can improve immensely, and that could be the case in here for Lazy Y Legacy. Sammy Bermuda is going to be calling the shots for Aaron West. He gets his first call rider in the saddle. They've teamed up 110 times so far this meet, winning at 25%. I do like that they get Lasix for the first time. Also getting some class relief as well, from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming, the biggest drop in the game. But what stuck out the most is this horse actually debuted on the synthetic. Now, you may say, well, this is on the turf, not the synthetic. However, for bettors, they do play very similarly. If a horse can handle the synthetic, they'll likely handle the turf. The synthetic, significantly different than the dirt course. So while the most recent races aren't anything to write home about, they did lose to a Neho decision, who's a Brad Cox trainee last time out. The synthetic race on debut was very good. They faced a field of 11, ran second, beat home 9 other horses that day in there, with the exception of the winner and Austin High, who went on to win, but went off at 22-1, ran a huge race, looks plenty fit down here. I like the way this one has turned out. 4-1, a value player for Mr. Aaron West. The hammer time of the day at 4-1. 7 is Perfect Snow. Paulo Lobo and Evan Roman teaming up in here. This is the fresh face to this group. Hasn't been seen since Turfway this winter. Should come in feeling very good off of that recent freshening. Another one who goes from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming in here. The 3-year-old filly by Caravaggio is out of Empress Maker, is bred on the top and the bottom for the turf. They get their opportunity to try the turf course today, as well as 2 turns. Should be fresh, should be plenty fit, and the numbers are very good for Paulo Lobo. Similar to some other trainers that are shipping in horses on a limited basis here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Paulo Lobo winning at 31%, and he's winning at 23% with horses coming in off of a 61 to 180-day layoff. So his horses come back fit, but his numbers aren't all that great trying the turf for the first time. He's only 5% with a disastrous ROI of 41 cents on the dollar first-time turf. So make what you want of that, but they'll be donning the silks upon Chance Farms, LLC, who win plenty of races here at Horseshoe Indy. 7-2 on the board, but the bettors have settled in on Acousticat. Alberto Burgos has been riding excellently. He's last year's leading rider, and he's picked up right where he left off. He's sitting in third, just behind Joe Ramos and Fernando de la Cruz, but what he's been able to do the others two haven't is he's racked up numerous victories on our turf course. In fact, he already has 6 victories on the turf. Joe Ramos got his second last night aboard a Michael Maker in our thoroughbred finale, but Burgos has been riding very well. He was on the favorite earlier today, didn't have much racing luck when they missed the break on the turf earlier, but I think Acousticat deserves a long look. This is a horse who does have a tendency to start a little bit slow, so if you're looking for a closer, or if you believe that the pace is going to be hot, Acousticat is unlikely to be anywhere near the lead. Now, before the claim, he had shown a ton of good early speed. However, since that claim, hasn't really shown the ability to be on the lead. Although these most recent races were on the dirt, they'll be on the turf, and all of the speed he had shown was on the turf course. We'll see if he can get the job done in here today, or excuse me, she can get the job done in start number 11. It's Acousticat looking to make sweet music at 3-1 on the board. Maybe a couple of scratches in this race, but still plenty of opportunities in here as we have rolling daily doubles and pick threes 5 minutes away from race number 7, where we head back out to that firm turf course on a Thursday at the Shoe.
The horses call postward now for the 7th race. Here are Made in Philly's Turf Mile. A field of 7. Scratch 3, Don't Look Back. 6, Menti B. Take out the 8, Tonalilly. 10, Miss Monroe County. 12, Lead the Way, and scratch 13, Power Washed. Scratch 3, 6, 8, 10, 12, and the 13 is a non-runner. No jockey changes. No overweights here. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta. Double. Start of our final 50-cent rolling pick 3. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. For a final time today, crossing over to the turf course. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time. Loading for this maiden fillies turf mile. Frosted Kisses, Fernando de la Cruz riding for a double after the surprise win. Joe Ramos reading time coming up. Reading time joins Frosted Kisses. Rodney Prescott, Marina's Charge making her bow. Marina's Charge went in okay. Evan Roman with Perfect Snow. Sammy Bermudez, Lazy Y Legacy. Two back, Manny Esquivel with Divi. Over the mile. Right now, Acousticat 2-1 favorite, and last to come up to the gate. Here's Acousticat. Alberto Burgos won our fourth of the day. John Harrod, Lorenzo Derov. Lazy Y Ranch, reading time is forward toward the inside. Frosted Kisses settles in the early stages as they make their way toward the first turn. Perfect Snow is well up along with Divi. Reading time and toward the inside, Lazy Y Legacy together out to the stretch. Perfect Snow is saving ground with Divi running in fourth, and they have 6 furlongs to go. Frosted Kisses toward the inside as they round the first turn. Acousticat is running second to last, and the first-time starter. It all went wrong for Marina's Charge. Marina's Charge, that newcomer has been pulled up by Rodney Prescott. These leaders go to the back. Quarter 22.26 seconds. Out in front, reading time and Lazy Y Legacy with the running rail. Lazy Y Legacy just leads here for Sammy Bermudez. Reading time is right up there with the front runner for Joe Ramos with inside 4 furlongs to go. There comes Perfect Snow together with Divi. They're a joint third. Break of 3 more to Frosted Kisses, and Acousticat is last of those left in the running. Half mile 46.49 seconds as they traverse the far side of the course. Lazy Y Legacy has locked horns with reading time. Head to head as they make their way toward the quarter pole. Right there is Perfect Snow. Right there is Divi. Acousticat making a bid now on the far outside for Alberto Burgos as they turn for home, and Frosted Kisses is held up in last. These maiden fillies straighten away. 3/4, 1 minute 10.29 seconds. It's reading time. Lazy Y Legacy. Perfect Snow looking for a gap as they come down toward the final furlong. Reading time narrowly. Lazy Y Legacy battles Divi. Perfect Snow in tight quarters. And here's Frosted Kisses, who's being produced by Fernando de la Cruz. Frosted Kisses 16-1. Frosted Kisses just mowed them down from Lazy Y Legacy, who stayed on to run second from reading time, Perfect Snow, Divi, and Acousticat. $134.72 after the maiden fillies. 134.72. One Frosted Kisses at 16-1 first. The judges will examine a photo before posting the remaining order of finish. Daughter Frosted comes home on top at 16-1. At some point, a jockey change made on the program to Marcelino Pedroza Jr. It's Frosted Kisses, undoubtedly at 16-1. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winter Circle, the one Frosted Kisses. There was a jockey change made during the day to Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. So there's the winning rider at 16-1 on Frosted Kisses. 3-year-old Dark Mayor Brown filly by Frosted out of Snugs and Kisses by Soto. Ethan W. West trains for Bernard Racing. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Frosted Kisses. Takes out the maiden filly's turf. Race 7 official. Note in the upcoming 8th race, no scratches, no jockey changes. 6 Henri is a pound over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta starts at a late double, 5:47 post time. Herod, they're off. Lazy Y Ranch, reading time is forward toward the inside. Frosted Kisses settles in the early stages as they make their way toward the first turn. Perfect Snow is well up along with Divvy. Reading time and toward the inside, Lazy Y Legacy together out to the stretch. Perfect Snow is saving ground with Divvy running in fourth, and they have 6 furlongs to go. Frosted Kisses toward the inside as they round the first turn. Acoustic Cat is running second to last, and the first-time starter. It all went wrong for Marina's Charge. Marina's Charge, that newcomer's been pulled up by Rodney Prescott. These leaders go to the back. Quarter 22.26 seconds. Out in front, reading time and Lazy Y Legacy with the running rail. Lazy Y Legacy just leads here for Samuel Bermudez. Reading time is right up there with the front runner for Joe Ramos with inside 4 furlongs to go. Then comes Perfect Snow together with Divvy. They're a joint third. Break of 3 more to Frosted Kisses, and Acoustic Cat is last of those left in the running. Half mile 46.49 seconds as they traverse the far side of the course. Lazy Y Legacy has locked horns with Reading Time. Head to head as they make their way toward the quarter pole. Right there is Perfect Snow. Right there is Divvy. Acoustic Cat making a bid now on the far outside for Alberto Burgos as they turn for home, and Frosted Kisses is held up in last. These maiden fillies straight and away. 3/4, 1 minute 10.29 seconds. It's Reading Time, Lazy Y Legacy. Perfect Snow looking for a gap as they come down toward the final furlong. Reading Time narrowly. Lazy Y Legacy battles Divvy, Perfect Snow in tight quarters. And here's Frosted Kisses, who's being produced by Fernando de la Cruz. Frosted Kisses, 16-1. Frosted Kisses just mowed them down from Lazy Y Legacy, who stayed on to run second.
Indiana Derby Day, Saturday, July 5th at noon, only at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Come for the over $1 million in premier racing action, followed by the 31st running of the Indiana Derby. Stay for the $2,500 Derby Legends contest, $3,000 mega bet drawing, and the $1,000 Derby hat contest, plus free admission and parking. It's all happening only at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Must be 18 or older to wager on horse racing at racetracks and 21 or older to gamble at casinos. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-994-8448.
Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. has been riding excellent in that race, no different than we've seen all week long. Sits in the back of the pack, shifts out, and rallies home Frosted Kisses for a 14-1 winner. Small field, long price. Certainly spices up that late pick 5 and late pick 4 as well. 8 minutes away from the final thoroughbred race, and your final opportunity to dive into the daily double pool as Martha takes over for the quarter horse event. 400-yard maiden race will round out the card on a Thursday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Still one race to go for the thoroughbreds. Let's take a look at this field of 8, all looking for their first career victory. I happen to have the favorite on top, the first-time starter, or excuse me, I happen to have the 6 on top in this spot. Henri, Joshua Romero, going to be aboard Randy Klopp. This 3-year-old gelding is a gray son of Calculator by Nightly Ritual, who debuted at the maiden special weight level with Fernando de la Cruz aboard. De la Cruz off, gets class relief today from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming, and you get the apprentice rider in Joshua Romero looking to get his 4th victory of the year for the Klopp gang. It'll be a family photo in the winner's circle should this gray come home to score, as Liz Klopp owns and bred this one. Randy Klopp with the training duties. He's our leading trainer at this point, winning at 25%. Henri getting a ton of class relief in here, but really didn't run much against much tougher competition at the maiden special weight level. Gets a ton of class relief and should appreciate being in with his friends today. You're going to get fair value on the board, 6-1. But the 2 is another horse with the experience. It's the other Klopp trainee in here. He's going to send 2 stable mates to the post, 10-1 on Tennyson Kid. Luis Contreras going to team up with Randy Klopp, a jockey-trainer combination that has won at 22% thus far. This gray was a $15,000 purchase all the way back in 2022. 3 years later, they've banked less than $1,000. Things have not gone the way they expected with Tennyson, who debuted at maiden special weight, quickly went down to maiden claiming last year at 3 years old, and then came back a little bit later on in the season and rounded out the year at the maiden special weight level, but did go off at 82-1. Hasn't been seen in about a year's time, November 7th, 2024. So this will be the 2025 debut for this 4-year-old by Pataki Kid. The breeding is there. Results have not been. This is a half to Devil Due West, who's banked over $340,000. However, Tennyson Kid just looking to put $1,000 in the bank today, 10-1, Fair value, though, for the leading trainers, Tennyson kid, but all the money has come in on Jake's Trouble. Aaron West and Sammy Bermudez tried to sneak one home, a winner on the turf last time out, 7-2. They ran great, dueled all the way around, opened up just to get nailed by the long shot. They'll look for their victory in here with Jake's Trouble. Looked picture perfect down here in the walking ring. Certainly wins the beauty contest per se, and we'll see if Jake's Trouble can run as good as he looks. However, he does have 3 back-to-back-to-back gate workouts. I'm not sure if he's got a gate issue or they just wanted to make sure there would be no issues. The mare was a 3-time winner. In fact, 5 of 9 siblings have won. However, all of them are winless on debut. They're looking to change that up today. I've got my question marks with 3 consecutive workouts from the starting gate. However, the money has come in 9-5 on Jake's Trouble. Sammy Bermudez and Aaron West, one of the best jockey-trainer combinations out there. They tried to sneak one home in race number 7. We'll see if they can't reap the rewards in race number 8. They're the ones to beat, but are they the ones to bet? That is for you to decide. 5 minutes from the final thoroughbred event here at Horseshoe, Indiana, Thursday. Good luck.
Horses on the track for our 8th race today, and the last of our thoroughbred races. Only change in the card is that number 6, Henri, is 1 pound over. Besides that, the program rings true. Good luck wagering. Horses are beginning to move behind the starting gate. We'll be loading momentarily for our last of the thoroughbred races. Race number 8. First in the line, More Gold, Trouble or Nothing, right behind into the starting gates. Henri and Tennyson Kid. Left. Goes in. Buster B and your heavy favorite Jake's Trouble goes in. One more left to load, and that's Southwick. All in. Getting fractious in the gate was More Gold. More Gold has been backed out of the starting gates. Alec Deshard has remounted. He goes back in. More Gold goes back in. We're back in line, ready for the start. And we're off and racing. Southwick was out alertly. Then busting through is Buster B. Now going forward, Tennyson Kid arises by just a neck. Then to their inside, it's Trouble or Nothing with Buster B in the third spot. Then to the outside, it's More Gold with Southwick. And then it's another link back to Jake's Trouble in the penultimate spot. It's left. And last of all, Henri. As we continue down the backstretch, it is Tennyson Kid by 3/4 of a length, the opening quarter in 22.84 seconds. There goes Southwick on the outside, who is now in front. They've made a bold move. They're in front by 2 lengths to Tennyson Kid. Buster B is between horses with Jake's Trouble moving up on the outside, the widest of them all. More Gold, another length behind with Trouble or Nothing. Henri and left is being left behind as we are rounding the far turn and about to hit the top of the stretch. Less than a quarter to go. In front, it is Southwick. They're clear by about 3 lengths. Buster B trying to make a move with Jake's Trouble, but Southwick remains in charge. They're in front by 2 now. Buster B and Jake's Trouble still with a chance, but Southwick remains vigilant on the front end. We might have a bit of an upset here at 16-1. It is Southwick in front by 3. Buster B could only get second. Then it was Jake's Trouble in third with More Gold in fourth with Trouble or Nothing. The final time was 1 minute 12.31 seconds. The second longest shot on the board. Unofficial top 5 results. Your unofficial winner is number 8, Sathwick. Second is number 4, Buster B. Third, number 7, Jake's Trouble. Fourth, number 5, More Gold. And fifth, number 1, Triple or Nothing. 84751, the unofficial results for race 8. Entering the winner's circle is your unofficial winner of race number 8, Sathwick. This is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Shagaff out of Clever Gretel by Bluegrass Cat, owned by Jason Wiseman and Deveris Douglas, trained by Deveris Douglas. Ridden to victory by Andres Calleja. First win at Horseshoe this season. Congratulations to all. The results have now been made official. Payouts for the race. Sathwick paid $35.60 to win, $12.20 to place, $6 to show. Buster B, the runner-up, $4.80 to place, $2.80 to show. Jake's Trouble, $2.60 to show. The $2 exacto, $157.60. The 50-cent trifecta, $125.45. The $2 double, $673.60. I apologize. The 10-cent superfecta, $133.84. $301.60 for the 50-cent pick 3. The double again at $673.60. The $1 pick 4, $5,133.10. Quite a lot of money, but not as much as the 50-cent pick 5, $21,989.60. $855.20 for a 10-cent pentafecta. No changes for this race. There was the final time was 1:12.31 seconds. Next up is our last race on the card, and our only quarter horse race, a maiden race for quarter horses 3 years old to 5 years old. Post time for the quarter horse race will be in 17 minutes. And we're off and racing. Sathwick was out alertly. Then busting through is Buster B. Now going forward, Tennyson Kid arises by just a neck. Then to their inside, it's Trouble or Nothing with Buster B in the third spot. Then to the outside, it's More Gold with Sathwick. And then it's another link back to Jake's Trouble in the penultimate spot. It's left. And last of all, Henri As we continue down the backstretch, it is Tennyson Kidd by 3/4 of a length the opening quarter in 22.84 seconds. There goes Southwick on the outside, who is now in front. They've made a bold move. They're in front by 2 lengths to Tennyson Kidd. Buster B is between horses with Jake's Trouble moving up on the outside, the widest of them all. More Gold, another length behind with Trouble or Nothing. Henri and Left is being left behind as we are rounding the far turn and about to hit the top of the stretch. Less than a quarter to go. In front, it is Southwick. They're clear by about 3 lengths. Buster B trying to make a move with Jake's Trouble, but Southwick remains in charge. They're in front by 2 now. Buster B and Jake's Trouble still with a chance, but Southwick remains vigilant on the front end. We might have a bit of an upset here at 16-1. It is Southwick in front by 3. Buster B could only get second. Then it was Jake's Trouble in third with More Gold in fourth with Trouble or Nothing. The final and we're off.
right, well, we have one more race to go on our Thursday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Quarter horse race, of course, 400 yards, and it's a maiden. Purse of $18,000. This is for registered Indiana breds, 3 and up. We do have a scratch of number 2, and that's Cruising Down the Beach. So it kind of makes for one of our more compact fields. Normally we have like overflow fields with a lot of horses, a lot of opportunities. But I think this is a fairly evenly matched group. Several of them have faced each other in the past. But sometimes in these situations, it might be one of these lightly raced that types that you wouldn't expect to win that can jump up and do it at the right time. So let's go to the paddock and take a look at a few of my contenders. I'm going to begin with number 4, Dashin' Quick Corona, who's going to make his fourth start, of the season for trainer Jessie Vasquez. Of course, she's having a great meet. This horse, like I say, 2 on the board finishes. His only mishap was when he stumbled in his trial for the Harley Green Derby. That was May 15th. And couldn't recover. Of course, our Derby trials and finals have been extremely tough, and this will be a lot easier competition than what he experienced in that Derby trial. Ooh, it was tough. This horse is bred and owned by Jerry Miller, the son of What a Corona, going to be ridden by Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, Jessie's husband, who is the all-time leading quarter horse rider at Horseshoe Indy. The two of them make a great team. So that's going to be my top choice. All right, let's go next to the horse that's going to break from the rail, and that's number 1, Valiant Beecher. Tony Cunningham is going to saddle. This horse was very consistent in his 2-year-old season, hit the board quite a few times, but never really elevated his game. Of course, the biggest issue is pedigree because it's 400 yards. He's sired by Valiant Hero, absolutely every right to be able to move forward and get the extra distance. And of course, he'll be ridden by Danny Martinez. That's Tony's first call rider. He has a couple guys that ride for him, but Danny's super consistent, very, very good, solid veteran. So I think this horse hopefully could step up today at the right time for Tony, who's won this title the last 2 years in a row. Excellent horseman. All right, how about number 3, and that's HF My Fabulous Boy, who's joining the barn of German Rodriguez after running for another horseman at Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile earlier this year. And that was a game 3rd. This is a 3-year-old gelding by One Fabulous Eagle out of an FDD Dynasty mare, so really good breeding. It's going to run with a flipping halter today because when you see those initials FH in the program, it's a little device or apparatus in the starting gate just to kind of keep them a little more settled so they don't, a lot of times you're just going to see a horse that bumped out or stumbled or whatever. It's just because they're not ready for the start. Flipping halter can oftentimes eradicate that situation. And of all funny things, I always say funny, I always tease them, but the rider for HF My Fabulous Boy is also German Rodriguez. It's kind of crazy, but pretty cool because he took out his trainer license this year after being a really good rider here for many years. And he is on a roll. I mean, he got a great team. His horses respond beautifully to him. And for him to train and ride, we all think is pretty cool. He's a very likable young man. So it's great that he's had this success. And of course, I think this horse has a good shot to break the maiden today. And we'll round up my top 4 with number 8, and that's He's Secret Rocks, who is trained by Ron Raper. And it's a son of He's Our Secret, sold at the 2023 QHRAI Speed Sale. There's 2 sales in Indiana for people to buy horses, quarter horses, at a very reasonable amount of money. I think this horse sold for $9,500. And we'll give you more information about them coming up later in the summer is when they have these sales. But the horse really hasn't made an impact yet, but he did have his best speed index in his most recent maiden race here, and that was on June 5th. Ron Raper, I think, is doing pretty well. He started off kind of slow, won quite a few races. Now he's 43% in the money with his starters. He's going to give a leg up to Francisco Quintero, who rides sometimes for Tony Cunningham, for Raper, all kinds of trainers, and he does very well in the saddle. So my top 4 will be 4, 1, 3, and 8. in this particular race. And we do, good luck to all. We do want you to come back tomorrow, very festive 4th of July. Remember, a noon start. And the final race of the day will be a quarter horse feature. It's the Easy's Bet Overnight. So we actually have a quarter horse stakes action on our 4th of July card. We'll see you tomorrow.
Horses on the track for our last race today, a 400-yard maiden race for quarter horses. Major changes are that the number 2 horse cruising down the beach is a scratch, and a jockey change on number 5, Mr. Magical Dasher, who will now be ridden by Jose Ruiz. Jose Ruiz, the jockey for number 5, Mr. Magical Dasher. Rest of the program rings true still. Good luck. Horses are beginning to load into the gate for our last race today, our lone quarter horse race. Already in, Valiant Beecher and HF My Fabulous Boy. Dash in Quick Corona. Mr. Magical Dasher. Zoom In Friday. Cindy Pop. And last to load will be He Secret Rocks. All in. And we're off and racing in the finale today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Quite a bit of bumping there from Mr. Magical Dancer and Zoom In Friday. Right to the early lead, there is HF My Fabulous Boy. Along to the inside, it's Valiant Beecher. Then to the outside, Dash In Quick Corona. And then it's a drop back to Mr. Magical Dasher. And on the far outside, He Secret Rocks. He Secret Rocks is HF My Fabulous Boy in the center of the track. He Secret Rocks on the far outside, pulling away HF My Fabulous Boy. HF My Fabulous Boy by a full length. And it was a photo for second between Dash In Quick Corona and Valiant Beecher along with He Secret Rocks. Unofficial Pentafecta, your winner, number 3, HF My Fabulous Boy. Second, number 4, Dash In Quick Corona. Second, number 1, or third, number 1, Valiant Beecher. Fourth, number 8, He Secret Rocks. And fifth, number 5, Mr. Magical Dasher. 3, 4, 1, 8, 5, the unofficial results. Entering the winner's circle is your unofficial winner for our last race today. That is HF My Fabulous Boy. This is a 3-year-old bay gelding by One Fabulous Eagle out of Greystone Girl by FDD Dynasty, owned by Chavez Racing LLC. Trained and ridden by German Rodriguez. Congratulations, this horse is now 147 lifetime. When results go official, we'll have the payouts momentarily. The finishing time for this race was 19.952 seconds. Stewart's inquiry into the 9th race today, involving the 6 and the 7. Please hold all tickets. There has been a disqualification. The number 7, Cindy Pop, has been disqualified and placed last. Number 7, Cindy Pop, placed last. Results have now been made official for the race. 3-4-1-8-5. Now for payouts, HF My Fabulous Boy the winner, $5 to win, $2.80 to place, $2.10 to show. The runner-up, Dash and Quick Corona, $3.20 to place, $2.20 to show. Valiant Beecher, $2.40 to show. The $2 Exacta, $14.60. The 50-cent trifecta, $7.75. The $2 double, $228.80. The 50-cent pick 3, $526.40. The 10-cent pentafecta, $43.97. And the 10-cent superfecta was $3.63. Finishing time was 19.952 seconds. Scratch the 2. That concludes our racing for today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Join us tomorrow for the 4th of July. First post will be at noon sharp. We have 2 featured thoroughbred stakes races and a quarter horse stakes race coming at you. And then on Saturday, the day everyone's been waiting for, the Indiana Derby. We hope to see you there for both. This is guest announcer Nathan Klein saying ciao from Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Results are in for today's Exactamundo contest. Congratulations to Kimberly Mosier, an online player. Congratulations again to Kimberly Mosier. Reminder, July 4th racing tomorrow with a post time of 12 o'clock. Thank you for being here at Horseshoe Indianapolis and have a great night.
All in. And we're off and racing in the finale today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Quite a bit of bumping there from Mr. Magical Dancer and Zoom In Friday. Right to the early lead, there is HF My Fabulous Boy. Along to the inside, it's Valiant Beecher. Then to the outside, Dash In Quick Corona. And then it's a drop back to Mr. Magical Dasher. And on the far outside, He Secret Rocks. He Secret Rocks is HF My Fabulous Boy in the center of the track. He Secret Rocks on the far outside, pulling away HF My Fabulous Boy. HF My Fabulous Boy by a full length. And it was a photo for second between Dash In Quick Corona and Valiant Beecher along with... All in. And we're off and racing in the finale today at Horseshoe Indianapolis.